Missing one commissioner, but I'd like to call this meeting to order at 2:00 p.m. Commissioner Hughes just stepped out. May we call on our roll call? We have a roll call, please? Or would you like to wait for the commissioner? Whatever's easier for you. Let's do it.
One.
Okay.
I'm losing it today. Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green,
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Here.
Commissioner Lisa Kukari Stone,
Present.
and Chair Camila Bustamante.
Present. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Flag.
Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Our land acknowledgement, this Santa Fe County building is located on the traditional homelands of the Tewa people, known as Oga-Poge, the White Shell Watering Place. We honor the land itself with all those who have deep connections to the land, as Santa Fe County is committed to being in relationship with neighboring communities and all people who remain stewards of this land throughout generations. We'll have a moment of reflection from the County Sheriff's Office. And we have two people. Thank you, Tanner Tixier and Abriana Hicks.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you. We also have a moment of silence. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today or this week, we had a loss in the community of the Tesuque Pueblo. Ignacio V. Hill passed away at a young age, and we are sorry to see him go, and we wish the best for the community up there, and may his memory be a blessing to all that knew him, and may we cherish it forever. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. To add to that, I'd also like to acknowledge the life of Laura Bank, who committed her life to teaching adult basic learning at Santa Fe Community College. She was lost for just about a week and was found on off of a hiking trail that she frequented as she had fallen. And I say this one especially to remember that when we go out on hikes, let people know where we're going. And ideally not wander, even if we're familiar, not to wander alone. So if we can take a moment of silence, if anyone has anything else, we'll take a moment of silence for those we want to remember. Thank you. You may be seated. Manager Schaefer, do we have any changes to the agenda as provided?
Chair Bustamante and commissioners, the only proposed change to the agenda as provided is with regard to item 11A1. I am informed by the county attorney that we will not need to discuss that item in executive session. That is the only recommended change to the agenda as presented. Otherwise, I would just note that the agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, July 1st, and an amended agenda was posted on the afternoon of Thursday, July 3rd, well in excess of the 72 hours that are required by the Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved, yes.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Green. A second.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, meeting agenda is approved. Approval of meeting minutes. Request approval of the June 10th regular Board of County Commission meeting. Do we have any comments, questions, or changes to the meeting minutes as provided?
Move to approve?
We have a motion to approve the June 10th meeting minutes. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a
Second.
we have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor? Did I hear you say aye, Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, no one opposed, motion carries. Minutes are approved. Item number 3, consideration of commissioner proclamations, resolutions, recognitions, and other items. These are action items. A request authorization of schedule a water summit. Commissioner Bustamante. Oh, okay. So as the commission is aware, we have had people, and I think there is rarely a time with any development, and I think probably everyone in the chambers has heard someone say whenever there's a new development in Santa Fe County or in the region, someone says, where's the water going to come from? Please raise your hand if you've never heard that. Oh, I didn't think so. So, yeah, we hear it all the time. And I think to be able to give a current, this is the picture of what that looks like. We brought this before the WPAC and created the opportunity for a water policy, it's with the WPAC, but a water summit that will answer the questions. And the topics of discussion, as provided in the packet, are where are the water sources, how are they affected, and I'm summarizing, what are their conservation efforts, how are we going to assure that water will be available in the next century, which really isn't that long now that I'm closer to an actual century than I was even halfway through. We're not even there anymore. That's how fast time flies, and water will or will not be available for future development. So how are we going to assure that future generations have water available when we're approving development? And it was Commissioner Kokari-Stone who was very clear on, I have constituents ask me, where is the water coming from? And I don't have a straight answer. As we get new developments, we are told this is the water source it will be coming from, but how are we going to assure that that's going to be available for future generations? So I would like to, given what has been provided to you, be available for any questions, or I can make a motion or accept a motion to approve, but there may or may not be questions regarding the summit. And this will have external and internal input. Okay, Kokari-Stone?
First, thank you, Chair Bustamante, for putting this forward. I fully support a summit. I'm very excited about it. Happy to contribute. I'm here to serve. I wanted to just share with you the Dr. Hilario Romero, for the record, shared the May-June 2025 Green Fire Times paper, and it features issues facing the Colorado River Basin, an excellent article about what every New Mexican should know about their water, as well as the Albuquerque water system. But what every New Mexican should know about their water is a super piece. And I'm going to be sure I can pick up a copy for our listeners and maybe get it a scan for the record, because I think this really supports what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for putting this together. I think this is always an important topic, and this is probably something that should happen at least every 5 years. So if this is the first time, let's make this a regular happening. I appreciate the 8 topics here, and just for discussion, I would love to add a little bit to them. And one, there's discussion here of collaboration, coordination with the city of Santa Fe. Given that we do have a very large collaborative water project in the north with the 4 pueblos in Santa Fe County, I would hope that we could include all 4 pueblos, Tesuque, Nambe, San Ildefonso, and Poake, in one of those bullets, because they do have water resources that we will share in. Also, maybe having some assessment of new technologies, both for gray water and black water and recirculation, and how maybe the reverse flow pipeline. I would also think there's an opportunity to specifically call out the Buckman Direct Diversion as a partner in this, because it is, even though we are on the board of that, to have a specific mention of them. And then lastly, looking at regional water sources, that a lot of our water is now coming from the Colorado Basin and from the Rio Grande Basin. And so looking at trends, macro trends that we might be able to start to understand, as well as the potential to buy more resources as they come available, so that we can have a strategic plan potentially and a bank to bring those more resources in as they come in there. So I can restate those in a more
No, thank
methodical
you.
way.
I
but-
appreciate that, Commissioner Green, and you won't need to. The WPAC is made up of people who work these issues every day, all day long. And those items that you've mentioned are definitely on that draft agenda, and just not reflected here in the key topics. Any other comments?
Well,
Commissioner Hughes?
just a question. Do you envision this being an all-day event, a half-day, or?
We, in the original conversation, it was scheduled to be from 9 o'clock till 2 or 3 in the afternoon, with a working lunch type of scenario, but that's what I'd like to keep it to. It may end up being longer depending on what input, but I think we would want to keep it to 1 day. The other thing that has been discussed, and I would make a commitment at this time, would be that we're going to be recording it, and then by section, that way individuals who have an interest in a particular topic can access that part of the event by topic. And there are AI tools that can actually provide the transcript and assure someone to do a quick search on, well, what was the Pueblo's part in this availability of this water at this time, type of quick research. So it's something that will be posed to be a longer term access, but it might take all day to get it, if that helps your question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. This is a great idea, and when the planning and marketing is ready, I would ask that you send this to our liaison so we can send it to our respective lists. Following Commissioner Hughes, I guess I am a little curious as to how public-facing the event itself will be. There's going to be a recorded component. Will it be something that the public will be able to attend? Would it be in the chambers? I know some of these details probably haven't been hashed out, but I'm wondering about the public component.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Those details have not been worked out, but the discussions that have been held absolutely reflect having people in the room, that it would be open to the public. As many people who can get that information live and ask questions live, real time, will help its efficacy.
I appreciate that, and there are a number of water meetings in Santa Fe and the surrounding areas, but they're not all free. So I think this is a good way to engage the public without a barrier to entry. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is our hope that we work with the various water groups that are in town to integrate the bigger picture. So thank you for that. As well, in the summary of the memo that was provided, it's very clear to say in collaboration with the WPAC, but it's also saying, requesting not just your passing of this today, but support and approval of, so the support, we'll be approving it today, but the support from the commission to ensure that those questions that your constituents have, your outreach, that we have everyone hands-on, that this is really a commission facing, staff-led with the state engineer's office, et cetera, to really comprehensively answer the questions that have been asked. Are there any other questions, issues, or concerns regarding the establishment of this event? If there are none, I would like to make a motion to, well, no, I'm the asker, so I'm going to ask if someone's willing to make a motion to approve the Water Summit.
So
Madam Chair, I would. He
Commissioner,
can take the first.
We're all-
I'll take the.
So moved.
we have a motion by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will have a water policy summit. Thank you. A water summit. All right. Item B, Resolution 2025, a resolution to show Santa Fe County support in protecting its public lands. Commissioner Camilla Bustamante and Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Johnson, you have the mic, the floor.
Thank you. So this is a resolution to show Santa Fe County's support in protecting its public lands. As we all know, there was some discussion in the great big beautiful bill about removing public lands and offering them for sale. This is in response to that. That has since changed a bit, but I think it's important, and I think Chair Bustamante is in agreement that we should affirm our commitment to the public lands as a county. I'm happy to read the resolution, but if you have something to say before.
Just a few words on the importance of public lands. I think that we all recognize that very few of us in this room would be able to actually acquire large swaths of land needed for either recreation or grazing or public access, but to allow open space and public lands to be available for community. That is something that has long been of value in this area. It's centuries old in the notion of the ejido. And when I talk about the ejido, back in, before this was the United States of America, public lands were available. And when we talk about, this was Tewa, that was Tiwa, that was Kewa, etc., there were the open spaces where, frankly, anyone's space was available. Anyone could migrate and move around in those open spaces, the ejido, the shared lands. And the shared lands are relied on either through permitting for people to get a permit to graze, for access for fishing, hunting, wildlife, etc. But there are these public common lands so that all people can enjoy land that otherwise wouldn't be financially available to, say, my family owns this and now we're going to let everybody go play on it. So the importance of protecting the notion of what I will call the ejido, this isn't a new idea. This is very old. Spain has them, Mexico has the ejido, where there is shared land, access to public lands. It is very important to a healthy society that people have access to public lands, services, name it. So thank you for working with me on this, Commissioner Johnson, and I'll appreciate your reading of the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A resolution to show Santa Fe County's support in protecting its public lands. Whereas Santa Fe County is home to a significant portion of public lands, comprising approximately 49% of its total area, which are integral to the county's economy, environment, and quality of life. And whereas these public lands, managed by federal agencies such as the U.S. Forest Service, National Park Service, and the Bureau of Land Management, provide essential resources, including grazing lands for agricultural operations, habitats for wildlife, and opportunities for outdoor recreation. And whereas the citizens of Santa Fe County deeply value these public lands for their recreational, economic, cultural, and spiritual significance, recognizing that these lands are accessible to all, regardless of socioeconomic status, race, or gender. And whereas public lands contribute significantly to the local economy through activities such as mineral extraction, timber sales, ranching, tourism, and outdoor recreation, which contributes substantially to New Mexico's economy. And whereas federal management of these public lands ensures that resources are managed for the benefit of all Americans, addressing complex challenges such as wildlife management, watershed protection, and wildlife conservation. And whereas the costs associated with managing these lands are a national responsibility, and federal involvement is crucial for the long-term health and sustainability of these resources. And whereas there are ongoing attempts to transfer or sell off public lands, which are inconsistent with the values and interests of the residents of Santa Fe County and the broader New Mexico community. And whereas the 2023 U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reveals that outdoor recreation in New Mexico generated $3.4 billion to the gross domestic product of the United States, contributed 2.4% to the state's GDP, supported 29,182 jobs, and generated 3.2% in tax revenue, demonstrating the profound economic significance of public lands and outdoor recreation to the state and to Santa Fe County. And whereas, according to a 2023 Conservation in the West poll, 84% of Westerners, including 71% of Republicans, are more likely to support presidents who use their power to protect existing public lands. Similarly, the 2024 poll found that 85% of Westerners support creating new national parks, national monuments, national wildlife refuges, and tribal protected areas to protect historic sites or areas for outdoor recreation. And whereas protecting these places is also a winning issue on both sides of the aisle, since the Antiquities Act was passed, 18 presidents, 9 Democratic and 9 Republican, have designated or expanded over 160 national monuments across the country. And whereas Santa Fe County recognizes the importance of multiple uses of public lands, including but not limited to grazing, energy development, and recreation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners hereby expresses its strong support for the continued federal management and stewardship of public lands within Santa Fe County, opposes any efforts to sell, transfer, or dispose of these public lands, encourages the New Mexico congressional delegation to oppose any legislation that would negatively impact public lands and to support policies that ensure their long-term preservation and sustainable use, requests Santa Fe County's federal delegation to fully fund our public lands, oppose the sale of public lands in the budget reconciliation package, and oppose any attempts to change the Antiquities Act or reduce the size of our national monuments, recognizes the multiple uses of public lands and encourages a balanced approach to land management, and urges federal land management agencies to continue their collaborative efforts with local communities, stakeholders, and other governmental entities to ensure effective and responsible management of public lands. Be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be sent to the members of the New Mexico Congressional Delegation, the Governor of New Mexico, and the relevant federal land management agencies.
I motion to approve.
Second?
Can we,
If we have-
I
I'm
was
sorry,
just
do we have any
gonna-
comments? Yes, please, I'm sorry.
thank you, Chair Bustamante. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I really appreciate you putting this forth. And I want to underscore that the Senate budget reconciliation proposed in mid-June, as you're responding to, and the Republican agenda on the executive level, that in over a past half century, such large-scale proposals have never existed. This is critical. And I want to underscore that it's proposed 21,000 square miles of public lands to be sold in New Mexico, equaling 14 million acres. I don't know if this fact helps, but because this is so important, will this be sent as a letter to our congressional delegates as well as a CC to our state legislators?
Yes, that was read in the resolution.
Okay, great. So a letter will go out, and I don't know if it's worth adding that the proposal includes 21,000 square miles of public lands to be sold, equaling 14 million acres. I think that's astonishing.
It really is, Commissioner. Any other comments?
I
Still-
I was asked, if you could add that to the resolution.
We could, do you have the source for that number? If you're able to provide the citation for that, we can add that to the resolution. My only,
Do have a, oh, sorry, okay.
oh, go ahead.
I do have a citation and the chat is not allowing me to share the citation or the figures.
You could send it via email at your
Okay,
availability.
okay, thank you.
Commission, okay, is that it? Anything else?
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you.
Carso? Okay.
No,
Commissioner
thank you.
Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Generally, just fully in support of this. I was aghast at the concept that the Senate had put in that bill, and was happy to see that it was taken out. They muscled a whole bunch of things through, and we will see the impacts of that for years to come. This would have been probably the most devastating of them all, and I was happy to see that removed. Nonetheless, I am in support of this to show that they shouldn't try to sneak that through again. So thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I support this also, and I think in the long term, it's important for us to create large, connected areas of wilderness, wildland, for the general goodness of wildlife and the environment, because everywhere we're taking over, if you fly over the country, you have to look down, it's all the land is taken by farms and such. We're very lucky here it's not, and we definitely need to preserve that and increase it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I also want to point out for anyone who wants to look at the priorities, a few of us commissioners, or two of us actually, who all is going to NACO at the end of this week? Commissioner Kakari Stone and I will be there. And I am on the Environment, Energy, and Land Use Steering Committee, and the resolutions that are passed during NACO go to Congress. And one of those requests, and as people know, the county commissions and parishes from all over the country are very diverse. One of those requests is to actually modify the Antiquities Act because of its abuse, and that it's being abused for just getting public lands through. I'm very happy to say that we know that if it's been abused, we have 9 from Democrats, 9 from Republicans, and it's about putting land into preservation. That being said, that is the act also that has been used to affect having people have their permits for grazing. So it's a conflict and a concern when there are permittees for grazing rights, etc. But that is, and I encourage anyone to go to the NACO.org priorities this week, because as those get passed, they will go to Congress, and there may be enough interest to move Congress to modify the Antiquities Act. So I respectfully ask for your support in passing this resolution. I will actually, when that is time for that hearing, Kakari Stone and I will be voting on these issues, and if we pass this, I would stand up against modifications to the Antiquities Act as well, using this as representation of the values of our county via the commission and our constituents. So is there a motion to approve this resolution?
So moved.
No, go ahead.
Second with Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We have a new resolution. May I have a resolution number, please?
Yes, item 3B is going to be 2025074.
074. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for supporting this important resolution. Now we move to the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda to ask additional questions or get some clarification on? Otherwise, I will ask for a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed, motion carries. Consent agenda has been approved. Appointments and reappointments, these are action items. Item A, request appointment of Taylor F. Hartstein as hearing officer pursuant to Section 3.5.3 of the Sustainable Land Development Code. Who will be presenting this? This will be Alexandra Ladd. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. As I think all of you know, the hearing officer for the Sustainable Land Development Code plays an important role in establishing facts for a land use case before the case goes to the Planning Commission. Our previous hearing officer had decided she didn't want to renew the contract. We were able to piggyback on a RFP that our legal department put out, and we found a law firm, specifically Mr. Taylor Hartstein, who was willing to serve as the hearing officer. So the first hearing officer meeting with Mr. Hartstein will be in August. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Alexandra Ladd? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the request for appointment of Taylor F. Hartstein?
I'll make the motion to approve Taylor Hartstein as hearing officer pursuant to Section 3.5.3 of the Sustainable Land Use Development Code.
We have a motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
And we have a second. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Green, a second to approve by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries, none opposed. Thank you for your service, Mr. Hartstein, and thank you, Alexandra Ladd. Okay, miscellaneous action items. Item A, final order for case number 25-5112. So this is not the first time that we have heard this project. We are going to be hearing from Kenneth Quintana, the case manager, for the final subdivision plat amendment for Arroyo Hondo Phase 2A, final subdivision plat to change approval lots from 70 to 68.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. Kenneth is here to answer any questions that you have. This item was placed here on miscellaneous action items simply because the vote wasn't unanimous. But again, staff is here to answer any questions you have about the order, but it was placed on miscellaneous rather than consent for that simple reason that it wasn't a unanimous decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Do we have any questions for Kenneth or staff? Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is actually about the name, Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe, which is a redundant name for an already existing neighborhood in Santa Fe. So I had asked the applicant to reconsider the name of the subdivision. I'm wondering if there's an update on that.
Need to be sworn. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So I did respond with an email, but it was right before the holiday for the long weekend. But yes, I did confer with my client, and so we are getting with our marketing team, and we are revisiting the name. We haven't started any significant marketing efforts in the community, and so now is the time to do that. So we appreciate your concerns about that. So we are moving forward to rebrand the project.
Okay, that's great news.
Great.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any, Commissioner Green?
Yep, just to follow up on that, I'm wondering if that needs to be recorded not only in marketing stuff, but actually in the plat, because the confusion will go live forever in a plat, but may not live together forever in a marketing action. And so we approve this with a condition that within 30 days you figure out a better name.
Yes, Commissioner Green, what I would probably recommend, because I know we've been through a significant entitlement process through Santa Fe County on this. We're not going to probably record this plat this year, so there's plenty of time. So what we would probably, just for the sake of continuity, is that we would have Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe, or previously known as Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe, or something of that nature, because I think in the record, as far as the county records, it'll be important to maintain some continuity as far as the project name. But yes, we could absolutely incorporate the new name on the plat. I think that's a great idea, but we would want to refer to the name that was utilized when the project went through the process.
Is that a condition that we could make, that you would do that on the plat, just to make sure that someday we're not revisiting
I'll
this
go on
confusion?
record. I mean, if we want to, add it to the final order, that's fine. But I mean, Kenny's here; he's here with me, so we'll make sure it gets done.
Okay, I'm fine. I just want to make sure that that doesn't get dropped between
I'm good
now
with
and then.
that. Yeah. I won't forget.
Any other questions?
If I may, one last little thing. Spell checker changed my name again, and we lost an E somewhere in there, but that's relatively insignificant. But when we're talking about names and titles,
Matters. Yes, absolutely. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
I'll move to approve.
No.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Johnson. Do we have a second? A
Second
by
it.
Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. None opposed. Thank you. Okay, item B, resolution to designate the polling places of each precinct in Santa Fe County and consolidate precincts. This is from the county clerk's office, Rosa Angela Ortiz. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is, closer?
There you go.
Excuse me. Madam Chair and Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Tapia. I'm the Bureau of Elections Administration Supervisor. Here with me, I have Steve, our Voting Systems Administrator and Warehouse Manager.
Good afternoon.
Today, we are asking for the approval of this resolution to approve Election Day polling sites for 2026 through 2027. This would include primary, general, and local elections. I would like to thank Steve for his institutional knowledge throughout this process, and I'd also like to thank Christella and Clerk Clark for their support during this process as well. This resolution includes 31 sites for our early voting election sites and an extended amount to 34 sites for general elections. This includes 2 new voting sites, Unity Church and Fort Marcy Recreation Complex, For the first time, we've done 2 separate lists for primary and local versus general to help reduce the amount of amendments. And with that, I stand for questions.
Hey, are there any questions for staff?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Wait, we have a question from Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Thank you so much, Chair Bustamante. It's just a curiosity question. I appreciate the innovations and accessibility efforts made by the county clerk and the team. Are the polling places given a map online to the public that overlays with public transportation opportunities? I had never seen that before, but doesn't mean it exists. And if it doesn't exist, can we consider doing that?
Thank you for your question, Commissioner. Right now, we are partnering with Senior Services to help our seniors do transportation, but that's as far as we've explored this option. We would like to extend it in the future.
Yeah, and well, I think it's important that all our residents in Santa Fe County know where the bus stops are and the public transportation is to get to polling places. This is critical. I mean, we can combine and consolidate, make things accessible, but it's not accessible if people don't have a ride. And we're glad the seniors get a ride, but other people need rides as well. I just want that to be a consideration for the record. And thank you so much for your work.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff or concerns or comments? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve the resolution designating the polling places?
So moved.
We have a motion to designate the polling places from Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Motion carries. So we have a new resolution. What is the resolution number? You have
Resolution number 2025075.
075. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and
Thank you very
Commissioners.
much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. All right, our next item, C, a resolution adopting a management plan for Little Tasuka Creek open space and directing staff to implement the plan. Monica Harmon.
Afternoon, Chair Bustamante, Commissioners. I'm Monica Harmon, the Open Space Resource Management Specialist for the County Open Space Program. I'm here requesting the approval of this management plan. I will provide a brief background. We're talking about Little Tasuke Creek open space. It's about a 10-minute drive northeast of here, heading up into the Sangre foothills. It's a popular open space, one of our more popular open spaces, home to a day-use trail, and this trail system encompasses several important ecosystems, including riparian forest, persistent pinyon juniper woodland, ponderosa pine forest, dry mixed conifer forest as well. This plan presents a vision and outlines short, mid, and long-term strategies to protect and manage this open space. And this plan also serves as a guiding document to support the county's open space goals in general. Due to the popularity of this trail, natural events such as flooding and erosion regularly affect its conditions and usability. A primary goal of the management plan is to balance public access and trail integrity with the protection of the surrounding riparian habitat. So some of the key challenges include establishing and maintaining safe public access to the trail, reducing user impacts on sensitive ecosystems, preventing off-trail access, addressing long-term climate-driven changes, and then some of the strategies to address these challenges include implementing erosion control measures, removing invasive species, protecting the riparian areas, conducting long-term ecological monitoring, and providing educational and interpretive opportunities. So we acquired, Santa Fe County acquired the property with the pre-existing social trail, which staff has actively managed since the acquisition. Youth crews have installed hand-built erosion control structures to improve trail sustainability by addressing stormwater runoff from the adjacent slopes. These efforts reduce the need for staff to conduct reactive maintenance following precipitation events. And additionally, a segment of the trail has been rerouted away from the creek bed to enhance both the user experience, i.e. less mud, and resilience of sensitive creekside habitat. Trailhead access remains a concern. Staff is working with the New Mexico Department of Transportation to address the roadside degradation and improve parking and access at the trailhead. With that, I stand for questions.
Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I have two questions. Are you going to move the trail away from the stream?
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, yes, we have begun doing this. The trail youth crew was here in the spring that moved a segment away from the stream, and it looks fantastic. I highly recommend a visit. There are portions where it's due to the topography and geology, it's a little harder to move the trail away. I'm keeping that in mind. We have a popular climbing spot there, which is right next to the stream, so we're working on moving the trail and doing so in a way that makes sense for the ecology.
Yeah, I notice it's kind of difficult to move it away from the trail in there. And how about parking? Do you have any ideas about improving that?
Yeah, Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes, we have worked with NMDOT already on the north side of NM 475 there. They've installed some erosion control features that have allowed more parking on that side of the road, whereas before it was quite gullied. We do notice ongoing gullying on the south side of the road and some at the trailhead where the right-of-way so our actual trailhead is in the road right of way. So we're collaborating with them at this time to address that in a more sustainable way, so they don't have to keep coming back and folks can park. We've also been in discussion with the transportation planners about an MRCTD bus stop at that trailhead. So they are aware of that option as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this forward. The Little Tasuki Creek Trail is near and dear to me and in my district and to a lot of my constituents. So I appreciate the work that's being done in this. Just to throw out some ideas and to some coordination, I would hope that we could work with NMDOT. There is currently master planning being worked on for the entire Hyde Park Road corridor, 475. And I think that this is one of those areas that needs to be focused on. And specifically, the idea of maybe continuing a roadside trail up to the Chamisa trailhead, because that's, 2,000 feet further up the road, and it makes for a good spot to have, that's where some heavy biking goes along, and so a bike lane and so on. And it looks like there's going to be some bike lanes that are going to go up there, but they may not be able to necessarily make it the whole way up the mountain. But I think between this trailhead and the Chamisa trailhead, there's an opportunity for more parking at Chamisa Trail and more off-road parking over there. Additionally, we need to look at security there. There's very frequent car break-ins over there. And so I think that finding ways to either monitor or to provide some added security for folks up there would be great, because I've heard from constituents. One side of the road is Commissioner Johnson's district, and one side of the road is mine. So I think the break-ins all happen on his side of the road. But it's but the Chamisa Trail, I think, is a great place for both the bus stop and a place for people to park and then bike down and from there. So. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It is true that the parking lot is in my district. I have also fond memories of this. I'm not going to take up a lot of time, but when I was at Children's Adventure Company and I was probably like 8, I climbed the rock and I was thrown off the rock because I saw a bat on top of it, and it's just a really distinct memory of mine. So I've always that started my memory of this trailhead. But I've been there many times since. I really appreciate the emphasis on reducing user impacts. The beginning of the trail is really rough and can be just it's just not the most pleasant experience, but there's a lot of great things to offer once you get in there. I second what Commissioner Green said about connection to the Chamisa Trail, at least as an exploration. I think it's something that is interesting, and walking along, Hyde Park Road is not everyone's favorite thing to do. I do note, and we'll look at this later in this meeting, that a proposed NCRTD stop, a blue bus stop, has been proposed at the Little Tasuke Trailhead, which I think is great, and I heartily support that as well. I have one question, which I think, Monica, you'll have some insight into. So the county purchased it in 2005, and we're 20 years later. What was that lag time? I mean, what was happening in the intervening years? We were likely maintaining the trail, but if you could just give me a brief snapshot of that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Johnson. So this is before my time. My understanding is this position I hold now, the Open Space Resource Management Specialist, itself is young. So I think with growing acreage of property over that time and staff being small, I think before my position, it was just Adeline's position as the sort of overseer of a lot of the open space goings on. So the trail did already exist, so I think users have been using that during the whole time. And yeah, I think in terms of sort of immediate maintenance that trail needs, it's a lot of just keeping vegetation out of the trailway itself. Otherwise, I think it's just been used by the public. It does provide connections to other trails, so maybe folks were just passing through. My predecessor did help, did create a lot of this plan itself, so she had spent time out there reviewing forest maintenance needs, and now we have more boots on the ground with our interpretive ranger spending time out there. But I think, unfortunately, not a lot was done outside of maintaining the trail and users using the trail. If that makes sense.
It does, thank you. And we appreciate your work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, did you have any questions, comments, or concerns?
No questions or comments. It's a cherished trail, so thank you.
Thank you. I just have one observation. When we move things from the water and then people wander to the water, that creates its own erosion problem. I probably am telling someone something they already know. And I was concerned that Commissioner Johnson was going to say because he saw a bat, that trail is haunted. But that's really more to just keep traffic on it when I'm there. So do we have a motion to approve?
I will make the motion to approve the trail plan and the management plan.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve the management plan from Commissioner Green. We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. You have a resolution to adopt the management plan. Thank you.
Chair, I have a resolution number for you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Resolution number 2025076.
076. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. Okay, item D, resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Transit Service Plan for FY 2026. Marvelous, and I'm going to assume Brett will be with Marvelous. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Marvelous Etching. I'm a community planner here in Santa Fe County. This item before you is resolution number 25, resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Transit Service Plan for FY 26, and to direct staff to submit that transit service plan to the North Central Regional Transit. So the Santa Fe County is a member of the North Central Regional Transit District, and the Board of County Commissioners, BCC, has previously submitted Santa Fe County recommended transit service plan to the NCRTD. If approved by the BCC, the transit plan resolution Exhibit A, the fiscal year 2026 transit service plan Exhibit B, the NCRTD's funded route description in Santa Fe County Exhibit C will be submitted to the NCRTD for inclusion in the NCRTD's FY 26 budget. Santa Fe County submits an annual transit service plan to the NCRTD each year. The Santa Fe County transit plan for FY 26 identified in Exhibit B includes the current NCRTD routes funded and operated by NCRTD, as well as the routes funded by NCRTD and operated by Santa Fe Trails. The FY 26 transit service plan largely reflects a continuation of the same service as that of the FY 25 plan. Some service adjustments are made as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and bus driver shortages, which remain in place. Some service adjustments have been implemented since last year's for NCRTD's short-range transit service plan update, and as a result of the easing of the pandemic restrictions and of driver shortages, the NCRTD FY 26 interim budget was considered and adopted as of the May 2nd, 25 Board of Directors meeting. So the Exhibit C lists out the funded route descriptions in Santa Fe County, and And it goes on to provide some more detailed information on both existing and recommended transit routes and services. A draft of the FY26 transit plan was presented to the Transportation Advisory Committee on May 21st, 2025. And so the TAC offered several recommendations for expanded transit service, all of which have been incorporated into Exhibit C. And so in terms of the current, where we're at now with the challenges to pre-pandemic and the service resumption, with the end of the pandemic restrictions and the easing of driver recruitment challenges, many routes such as the Route 270 Turquoise Trail and Route 280 El Dorado have been restored as scheduled and fixed route service. Some routes remain reduced or suspended, however. Routes 260, La Cienega, and Route 400, which is Los Alamos, they still remain suspended. The previous travel service in Pojoaque and Nambe is now offered by an on-demand app-based MyBlue service, which is a previous public transit service similar to private or a ride-sharing app. The NCRTD is working to resume service in La Cienega by replacing the 260 La Cienega route with MyBlue service. And so the staff is requesting that any MyBlue service in La Cienega be expanded to include the Santa Fe Adult Detention Center within that zone. So while some NCRTD routes operated by the city of Santa Fe, which is Santa Fe Trails, have been restored to the pre-pandemic service levels as of August 1st, 2021, some Santa Fe Trails routes are still being offered on an on-demand basis, including routes 21 and 22, the downtown and museum shuttles. And so to receive on-demand service, riders must call the Santa Fe Trails call center to arrange to be picked up at inactive bus stops along routes currently designated as on-demand. And so the staff recommend that these on-demand routes be restored to regular fixed route service, and more details are on the Exhibit C, as you can see. And so the recommended action is to approve the subject resolution. Thank you, and I stand forth for any questions.
Thank you, Marvelous. Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Marvelous. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 questions. And they may not actually relate to where Santa Fe County does, but they are concerned that in the sort of the overlap of the city's bus system for us. I had a conversation today with the warden and the deputy warden regarding potentially extending the Santa Fe Trails bus system, so the city's bus system, down to the jail at least once a day, possibly towards the end of the day, to sort of pick up a big, when they release a bunch of people potentially. And then specifically, the issue was to do it on Mondays, because Monday afternoons seem to have the most discharges from the jail after all the people who get detained over the weekend get their hearings Monday morning, and then they get released Monday afternoon. And so that was a specific request to at least bring to the RTD team. Additionally, potentially extending the Cerrillos Road route to 10 p.m. It ends by this at 8 p.m. And with events and restaurants and hotels all along that corridor, I think it would be a pretty good idea to extend that maybe till 10 p.m., maybe even later, in an effort to let people get back to their hotels if they're having dinner downtown, or if they're going to an event at Meow Wolf, be able to get back downtown and have something that works there. Next one is on Los Alamos. I know that Los Alamos National Laboratories has started some private bus lines from the Cities of Gold So I'm wondering if there's some coordination that maybe the RTD can have so that the public can start to take those. I think they have to be badged LANL workers to be able to take those buses. But if that's sort of sucking the air, for lack of a better expression, out of the viability of a Los Alamos route, but it's only accessible to lab employees, I think that that's somewhere where we can seek collaboration to potentially have a route from Santa Fe and from the cities of gold. LANL has facilities here in Santa Fe, so people should be able to use that to commute, but also the public should be able to do that for folks who live in Los Alamos and utilize Santa Fe, or folks that live in Santa Fe that utilize Los Alamos. And lastly, the airport. I frequently have people ask about how to get from the Santa Fe airport into town, and I'm wondering if there has been talk about getting an airport route to match up with, I mean, there's 8 flights a day. I would think it would be relatively easy to coordinate some buses to pick people up at the airport and get them into the hotels and to the main centers of the city here. So those are my concerns in this. I'm not necessarily against this. This is maybe a communication between me and Commissioner Johnson as our RTD representative, but I really think that these are concerns of the community on how to have a more effective transit system. But thank you for the presentation.
Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just address the airport route. It is a priority of the NCRTD, although it's a little lower than the La Cienega one. So I think it's forthcoming. I mean, I'm committed to that, certainly as the representative of this board on that board, because it is absurd that we don't have. I mean, we could fill one of those buses, and some of these routes, you know, are underutilized in other places. Okay, working backwards then, I do have a couple of questions for you, Marvelous. Do you know when the service Route 400 to Los Alamos was suspended?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, currently I don't have the answer as of yet, but I will get back to you.
Okay, because I have a memory. Brett, do you know? Sorry to put you on the spot. COVID related.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chairman. That service was suspended during the pandemic, and I believe there's been some conflict between Atomic City Transit operating that route and NCRTD operating that route.
Okay, so I support reinstating it. I hear what Commissioner Green is saying, but that would prevent people from driving to Cities of Gold if we had a connection from Santa Fe to Los Alamos. As we know, many of our residents work in Los Alamos in a number of different capacities. So that's something that I will be advocating for at the NCRTD. Route 280 El Dorado, I think it's interesting to consider extending the service to Lamy, and I respect the tax, expertise in this. I'm just kind of musing. Right there is the Galisteo Basin Preserve, and it feels like there's an opportunity for a stop there. I support, although I think it would be more used if it were to go to Galisteo. I live in Arroyo Hondo, so I could use the Blue Bus if it stopped there. But I think Lamy, Galisteo Basin, like the Commonwealth Commonweal development there's a lot of trail access, and the buses can, ideally on that route, would have something for a bike transport. Be a great asset, because then you could bike back to town or get picked up. So I'd like to recommend that as a consideration. For Route 275, the Turquoise Trail, did the TAC consider popping into the adult detention center? Because really it's just right along the route, either northbound or southbound. Was that something that was considered by them or by your team?
Commissioner Johnson, my understanding is that the route, this La Cienega route used to service the adult detention?
No, the Turquoise Trail, Madrid, Cerrillos, Santa Fe corridor. So it's going on Highway 14. It's passing right by the detention center.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure of the schedule on that, but I know that there's a need for expanded service to the adult detention facility.
Okay, well, I think that's something that that is opportunistic. So as mentioned, I think it would be great to stop at the Little Tesuque Trailhead. That's Route 255, the mountain trail. And of course, My Blue in La Cienega is needed, and it serves a dual purpose to also serve those being released from the adult detention center. I think, yeah, so I appreciate this. I think it's important partnering with the NCRTD, which is able to leverage different funding sources, is really crucial, and the service is well run, at least in my opinion. So I think that these are reasonable requests that also serve the city of Santa Fe and the county of Santa Fe, really in a way that I appreciate. So thanks for your work on that.
Thank you. I want to echo the concern of the route. Highway 14 route makes a lot of sense because that's where the jail is, and to partner it with that route and I won't say as opposed to the La Cienega route, but I will speak for those in the community. If the route is first to the jail and then to the La Cienega area, I think that I'm going to say out loud, I know that some community members seeing that would be, we need a route in La Cienega, and, we're stopping first at the jail and then going to the La Cienega, La Cieneguilla area, where it's directly aligned with Highway 14 and it would have more regularity. But I leave that to the experts who have been reviewing that route, and appreciate you bringing that up, Commissioner Johnson. Do I have any other questions? If not, Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Escher. And I have a question, and it might be answered, but I don't have a map. I'm reading the routes. It seems to me by reading the routes on the south side that we've set up a map that makes the mall, Santa Fe Place Mall, the ending point. I don't see any transit going up and down Airport Road. And while I use the airport as well, we have such a growing community that Airport Road is very busy, but most people don't have transportation. Is there a route that goes down Airport Road, cuts across to the library, the Southside Public Library, the Youth Teen Center, and then ends at Swan Park on the south side? Is that a route?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I believe so, but given that I'm not fully well backgrounded in the routes, I believe that Route 4 is definitely the route that serves that area.
Okay, well, I think for my own education, I'd like to sit with you and maybe a couple members from the South Side District 2. I have a leadership network that includes Agua Fria, some of off of Airport Road, and Las Acequias. But we could look at that, and I want to be sure there's accessible points in transit that doesn't end at the Santa Fe Place Mall, and might be my own education, but I want to be sure I'm advocating on behalf of the community that we have mobility options to a large growing population with younger families as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's my understanding, and why most of these routes go directly to the Santa Fe Place Mall is because the Santa Fe, what is it called? The Santa Fe Trails bus route goes through that area. I'm happy to hear that you want some confirmation of that. And I also understand that the Santa Fe Trails would be, given it's a city asset, be responsible for the routes to the airport. But all of those go specifically from that Santa Fe Place Mall to the downtown area. And I only say that as someone who's used that bus for a little while, as I enjoy public transportation. But thank you for bringing that up. I think it'll be good to make those connections. Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone, and Commissioner Johnson wants to address that.
Yeah, and I'll be very brief. So I think that the route that you described, Commissioner Kakari Stone, to Swan Park is a Santa Fe Trails route, but it's one that's not funded by the NCRTD. So the NCRTD gives money to the trails system, but not all of their funding for all of their routes comes through that. I believe that's the case, and I'm seeing some nods from staff. I also want to, this is years in the offing, but the NCRTD will build a Santa Fe station in the next, let's say, 5 years, and it will be adjacent to, the current plan is for it to be adjacent to the Santa Fe Place Mall. So it's sort of setting up for a future regional transit hub. And connection to the Santa Fe Trail bus system is something that I'll be advocating for in that capacity as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Johnson. Do we have any other questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, do we have a resolution?
Madam Chair, if I
yes.
may.
I'm sorry, Marvelous?
Madam Chair, relating to Commissioner Green's question, I believe that the Route 260, if it were to be resumed, will provide a great opportunity for the transit to serve from the airport towards the nearby communities. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any, not hearing or seeing any other questions, comments, or concerns? Do we have a motion to approve?
I will make the motion to approve item D, a resolution to adopt the Santa Fe County Santa Fe County Transit Service Plan for fiscal year 2026, and to direct staff to submit that transit service plan to the North Central RTD.
We have a motion from Commissioner Green. We have
I second.
support. We have support from Commissioner Kakari Stone. Commissioner Johnson, did you have something you wanted to share? Or question? Or
Well,
comment?
I would like to add to the recommendation, because these are recommendations that are going to the NCRTD, to add a service request stop for the Galisteo Basin open space on Route 280 if service is indeed extended to Lamy.
That is a friendly amendment, and actually, if I would like to amend my motion, then to also include to work with the jail to extend and Santa Fe Trails to extend service to the jail if possible in this fiscal year.
Okay, so we have an amendment, a friendly amendment to include the Galisteo I'm sorry, was it Galisteo?
Galisteo Basin open space.
Galisteo Basin open space with additional modification to the motion to include the route through Santa Fe Trails to Highway 14, as well as, if you can please state that for me.
So to include working in with either partnership with Santa Fe or the RTD, Santa Fe Trails or the RTD, to work in to the jail system, to the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility.
Are you talking about Route 275, the Turquoise Trail route, or are you talking about a separate route? Sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry to confuse this, but yeah, I'm agnostic some way, right, to make sure that we pick up at the jail as much as possible.
Well, I would propose then that we do it on route, we recommend that the NCRTD include the Adult Detention Center on Route 275, Turquoise Trail route, because it's already going that way.
I agree. So
Okay, can you restate the motion, or I can restate it for you?
please go ahead.
I hear the motion to be approval of the resolution with the modification to add the Galisteo open space on in the routes, and specifically on Route 275 include the access to the Highway 14 jail.
Correct. And yes, that is a friendly
So that is a
amendment.
friendly amendment. So we have a motion from Commissioner Green. We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Kakari Stone, did you have a comment?
No, saying aye. Thank you.
Okay, Motion carries. Thank you. Resolution number, please?
Resolution number 2025077.
077. Thank you. All
Thank you,
right.
Madam Chair. Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Marvelous. Okay. We have next on the agenda, item E, request approval of fiscal year 2026 capital budget to be included in fiscal year 2026 final budget. Manager Schaefer and Leandro and Ivan Herrera.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I'm going to briefly present this item from my seat. Leandro Cordova, who is principal point of contact relative to capital planning, will be at the podium to answer any additional questions that may come up, for which I need a lifeline, and then our Finance Division Director, Ivan Herrera, is present as well for questions. So again, I'm going to be brief in that the proposed capital budget and maintenance budget was presented to the board in detail last week. The one change based upon commissioner feedback that staff is recommending is to increase their proposed budget relative to the Agua Fria History and Arts Cultural Center by $100,000, to the extent needed to complete the items that were included in the capital budget relative to a feasibility study, preliminary engineering report, and pre-design work. I did also want to note that certain allocations of funds for water and wastewater projects that were to be funded from general obligation bonds approved by the voters in 2024 have not been included in this list of projects because those bonds have not yet been sold. We will be moving forward, working with the New Mexico Environment Department and the New Mexico Finance Authority to bring forward to the board within the next 3 months or so ordinance and associated documents to enter into a debt arrangement with the New Mexico Environment Department relative to those general obligation bonds. As the board knows, the focus coming forward from staff was really to focus resources on completing the significant book of existing projects. And so many requests were made relative to gap funding, including for phase 2 of the guaranteed utility savings facility upgrade project, which will be discussed as part of the next 2 items on the agenda. But relative to new, capital projects, the items put forward by staff were relatively short and focused. The largest single dollar amount project that was proposed was with regard to the New Mexico 14 scenic byway trail, which would provide an offset trail from the intersection of New Mexico 14 to the adult detention facility, New Mexico 14 and 599, from that point to the adult detention facility to provide another means of safe travel for those who are released from the jail. As the name that I gave it implies, this would be a step to a potential future extension of that trail along the New Mexico 14 National Scenic Byway, but it would allow that trail network to potentially build out over time and continue further south. But that request was for $2 million for design and construction. The other request for new capital projects, again, were limited and targeted to meet growing parking lot needs at the public safety facility, hawk cameras at school crossings in Rancho Viejo and El Dorado for safe passage for elementary school and community school students, and then 3 preliminary reports and designs. One I've already mentioned, the other was for the Stanley Cyclone Center, feasibility study and master plan, and then finally preliminary engineering and design for the anticipated significant adult detention facility remodel and expansion. So again, the focus of this recommendation relative to capital is on gap funding and those handful of new projects that I just described. We did consider and briefly address some of the ideas that were raised at the special study session with the board, specifically looking at a future potential project in terms of an additional artificial turf field at the Poake ball fields. Our recommendation is that that be studied with the community, as well as looking at usage data of those fields, and also looking out at regional partners, in particular the Oke-Awenge Pueblo, which recently opened, I understand it, a significant sports complex that will also be available potentially for use in the area, as well as our Poake school district in terms of some of the facilities they have. And again, that could be a potential project that is looked at by the board in the future after a bit more due diligence has been done to help define the need and potential usage of that potential field. There was a suggestion made relative to a park project in partnership with the City of Espanola. Our understanding is that the City of Espanola currently doesn't have the funds or the capacity to participate in such a park project at this time. We did try to address that need relative to including funding for park assets in the CDBG project that the board approved earlier today. And then finally, there were several ideas put forward relative to the Chimayo area. And we believe that those should really be explored with the community through a community planning process, and Mr. Cordova or Ms. Ladd could answer questions about how the community could work to reach consensus relative to updating the community plan that currently exists to help define what the community may want relative to future capital development. So with that, I'd stand for any questions. Again, we're ultimately looking for approval at this point so we can begin locking things down as we prepare the final fiscal year 2026 budget for the board's approval at its last meeting in July. And again, I'd stand for any questions, as would Mr. Cordova or Ms. Herrera. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. The question that I have, and I'll just start with the questions. Now, for a couple of years, and it was a safety study. I get that it is not capital, but why are we still at a safety study? I did mention this in our work session, as well as it spends its time on a list. The La Cienega component has fallen off. This was to be a La Cienega transportation study. It's a study that now is just a study on a list. And at this point, I would have expected to see some type of information that, how do we move this forward and get the traffic calming that the community has asked for? I think that the community at the time, a number of years ago, was hoping to work with the county in assuring that whatever traffic calming measures had been evaluated and validated by engineering, et cetera, but it doesn't seem to appear to be moving forward at all. So I would like that fixed to La Cienega, and let's stop a study and start with the recommendations for what we would do to actually provide traffic calming in that area. Right now, we have the same $50,000 that has been rolled over for 2 fiscal years now, as long as I've been on this commission, and was requested at least 2 fiscal years prior to my being on this commission, and maybe one fiscal year, but I don't think so. Can you help me with that, Mr. Cordova?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, what I understand is that we're working with a private contractor to help us facilitate the study. So we're working through that, going through procurement, and we will be starting to schedule some public meetings in the La Cienega area. I haven't gotten the detail of those meetings yet, but as soon as we have them scheduled and the details are there, I will be sharing that with you and the rest of the commission. But we are moving forward on that, and we're much closer than we were in the past fiscal years. We are ready to engage the consultant to help us get that work complete.
Thank you. So we can expect some activity and capital expenditures as a result of that study with the consultant at the end of this fiscal year?
That's the goal.
And can we please fix the La Cienega / La Cieneguilla as it was originally proposed?
Yes, ma'am, we'll work on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cordova. Anyone else? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we're at it, that road safety and the work that some of the constituents from the Tesuque area came to speak about, I don't actually see that on here. There was traffic calming, road safety, and some monuments to highlight the entrance into the Tesuque Village area. I see something in here that says Tesuque, but it's not that. So I'm wondering if that's...
Chair Bustamante, Commissioner Green, I do understand Public Works have been working with the community. I understand that there might be some things we could do, low-hanging fruit in terms of the safety concerns. We do still have on the ICIP the other projects, and that might be an opportunity to seek public funding for that. But I do believe that we've been working with the community to be able to identify the low-hanging fruit and the things that we might be able to work into our maintenance budget to address some of the safety concerns in Tesuque.
So to me, it would be great if we saw things more comprehensively instead of siloed, right? If these things are slightly, Brian, don't go anywhere. No, that's kidding. That we saw things that, like projects, and it's like, this is on this list, this is on this list, but we see all the projects in a sort of comprehensive, so that when we're passing these things, they're not in silos, and that I get worried that Tesuque isn't on there, right? So something's going to be done here because the constituents and the community has asked for this, but it falls on this list, which is a maintenance project. It's not on capital, it's not on ICIP, or it's on all three because it has an aspect that falls in all three. And it would be really more useful for us up here to be able to see things in a much more comprehensive instead of, and then we can say, well, but we're only passing this slight slice of this. It just makes it easier, and I don't have to ask stupid questions from up here because there's a very clear answer in a report here. So if you say that you're going to address all of those things, I will believe you and hold you to it, but I just want to see it somewhere.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, I do hear you and I agree, and that's something we're working towards, and we will bring back some more details on that specific traffic study and the results of it and the projects that we intend to implement. So I will bring that more detail back to you to give you that, and I understand, I believe what you're asking for, and I think that's ultimately our goal, is to work towards giving you a better picture for all the commissioners to make better decisions when we do bring any capital request or ICIP request.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just wondered, are some of these projects ones you don't think we should continue, or the staff doesn't think we should continue, and how are we going to address that, if there's any that need to be taken off this list?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, thank you for that question. I do think there is an opportunity for us to work with each of you commissioners during our Public Works quarterly meetings to look at some of the projects that have been on the list for quite a while. I think myself, 3 years in, there's projects I don't recognize that may have been programmed long before any of our time. And I do think there is an opportunity for us to work the capital projects list in general from both ends. And we want to take advantage of that during our time that we have with you at our Public Works quarterly meetings. And definitely to hear feedback. Some things that may have been a priority 10 years ago when a small amount of funds were budgeted towards the project may not be the top priority for the community anymore. And we do want to hear that from you as commissioners to help us perhaps clear a few of these projects out and reallocate the funds to what is the priority today. So I thank you for that question. We will be asking you for your help on that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing no other questions, do we have a motion to approve approve the fiscal year budget, a capital budget to be
Yes.
included in fiscal year 2026?
Yes, Lisa Kakari Stone, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, a motion to approve the,
I'd like to make a motion to approve the fiscal year 2026 capital budget to be included in fiscal year 2026 final budget.
we have a motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. You have your approval for fiscal year 2026 capital budget to be included in the fiscal year 2026. Thank you very much. Okay, item F, a resolution requesting budget adjustments to various funds for year-end cleanup. Iván Herrera.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This bar before you is the last one for fiscal year 25. We are requesting adjustments to various funds to do cleanup, which includes grants, MOUs, or MOAs. Existing projects as the one listed on item 6G, as well as recognizing partial 2025 bond proceeds and addressing the self-insurance claims. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions on any of the individual items or in general.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Herrera? I'm happy to see the Economic Development Fund increase for the, I do understand, and it was from a worker, an employee who I just happened to meet this past week, who works film and says that currently we do not have any films in Santa Fe County happening, and that they're all going to Albuquerque, and I think any opportunity to grow that. Her concern was that she's been working outside of her field and does usually cost, I shouldn't say, I don't know how many of they're out there, but she has a specific skill set and might have to leave the area if we don't. So grateful for that. Thank you very much. Any other comments, issues, or concerns? If we have Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I too am in support of the film office. I think I've heard some bad news that it extends beyond Santa Fe, that Albuquerque is pretty quiet as well. So it's not that we're undershooting, it's just the industry is really seeing a really downturn right now. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Hearing no other comments or concerns, do we have a motion to approve?
I will make the motion to approve a resolution requesting budget adjustments to various funds for the year-end cleanup.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, Herrera. Item G. Oh, I need a resolution number. Hurry.
2025078.
078. Thank you. All right. Now, yes, well, we have one more. Let's take the last one out and, well, the only thing is at a quarter till we start because we have to. So, okay. Item G, request delegation of authority to the county manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to agreement number 2024-0214, CDD with the Energy Systems Group, or a new agreement for Phase 2 of the Guaranteed Utility Savings Facility upgrade project. Hi, Jacqueline, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you.
I'm Jacqueline Beam, Sustainability Manager with Community Development Department, and I am before you to request approval from yourselves for the delegation of authority to the county manager to negotiate and execute an amendment to agreement number 2024-0214 CDD, or a new agreement with Energy Systems Group, formerly Year Out Energy. This is for the Phase 2 construction of a post-construction verification, which is the IGA, in an amount not to exceed $5,071,700, inclusive of New Mexico GRT. And on the line via WebEx is also Tara Trafton to answer any questions as well. But just to summarize, as you know, this is Phase 2, and we began this process in 2019 with 14 facilities, which were successfully completed through the IGA process, as well as the improvements on energy efficiency and water conservation in 2023. And then now we are in the next group of buildings of 24 facilities, and a final proposal has been connected to your packet, and we have done a couple of presentations, as you know, on this. Some of the recommendations for the 24 facilities align with the county's, not some, but all, align with the county's BCC-approved operations greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan. And I just want to highlight some of the benefits, which are that the utility savings as a result of this process will be $119,143 annually, or actually the first year. And then the total first year rebates and incentives are expected to be $275,000, 15.6% annual reduction in utility usage costs, and also the greenhouse gas emission reduction is expected to be the equivalent of planting 100 acres of trees each year, which is my favorite part. The project will also yield an estimated annual water savings of 180,000 gallons. The funding required for this next phase of the project, covering the 24 facilities, was just previously discussed. And there is a typo in the memo. It should have been 6F. I apologize for that. And that is to cover the gap funding where we had $2 million available for this project. And with that, I stand for any questions along with Tara.
Do we have any questions for Jacqueline or Tara? Commissioner Green.
Generally, I think this is creative financing and good ways to work with energy savings as well as financing all of these things. So I really appreciate how, you know, we can make economic sense out of doing good for the planet at the same time. So could use all tools available. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have a motion to?
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve the request for delegation of authority to the county manager and to negotiate and execute the amendment to the agreement listed in the packet.
And I'll second.
Yep, we have a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will take now a 7-minute break, and we will hear public comment at 3:45. Calling this meeting back to order. It's 3:45. Thank you. All right. At this time, we are at 3:45. Matters of public concern. Please allow for 3 minutes, Daniel. And do we have anyone in the chambers who is here to speak on matters of public concern? Okay, we have one gentleman. Anyone else? Two? Okay. Please come up and speak. Good afternoon.
Figured it out. Thank you. My name is Sid Monroe. I've been a resident homeowner for 20 years with my wife, Michelle, in the Coyote Ridge Road neighborhood. And today I am appearing before you on behalf of many of your constituents in the so-called Area 1B of District 2. For over 19 long, tedious, and frustrating years, we have been threatened with annexation by the city of Santa Fe. Almost exactly 2 years ago, this commission approved our neighborhood petition to join the traditional historic community of Agua Fria. Regrettably, the commission's ordinance was overturned through legal maneuvers by the city. The net effect was to revert back to our nightmare of effectively being governed by the city without any regard whatsoever. What we long for is to have Santa Fe County government representation that aligns with our neighborhood's needs and characteristics. From day one back in 2006, we have wanted to remain in Santa Fe County. For nearly 20 years, the city officials could never explain how the city would provide any services given the financial constraints back then, which unfortunately have only worsened in the many years and include serious issues including emergency services, staffing, roads, services, infrastructure, housing, and homeless care, to cite only a few. The residents have just completed a new independent petition with overwhelming support asking this commission to adopt an ordinance as provided for in the 2008 settlement agreement declaring Area 1B to be part of the existing traditional historic community of Agua Fria, or to adopt an ordinance rejecting city annexation and declaring Area 1B to be retained solely in Santa Fe County. Copies are available for each commissioner, and the petition package will be formally submitted to the county clerk this week. My neighbor, Jared O'Shell, will provide you a little bit more about our petition process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Jared O'Shell. Sid just mentioned my name. I live at 2674 Buckman Road in Area 1B. Just read you guys a short passage from the 2008 annexation settlement agreement between the city and county. Residents of Area 1 shall be permitted to submit a petition or petitions with the Board of County Commissioners to include portions of Area 1 in the Agua Fria traditional community prior to annexation. What we've wished for has been just that all along. We did diligent work once before, and the city had it thrown out on minor technicalities that was not reflective of the people. It was reflective of lawyers digging into books to see what they could find. This time we're citing that part of the annexation agreement as our path forward. It's a very simple path. It doesn't have any citation of state law to become a new village. It's only a path to let us become part of the village without all of the red tape and process for the city to throw us out. At the beginning of this year, I sent out a letter to all the residents, a hard mail letter, informing them of what was going on because many of them were confused and did not know what had happened or what we could still do. Then from there, I set up my own kind of grassroots effort. I set up a booth on the side of Alameda about 2 months ago, and I let everybody know that I'd be there. And I've also gone door to door collecting signatures. I've spoke with the majority of the people in our area, and they're all very, very overwhelmingly in favor of this effort. There's only a very few people, very contrary to what the mayor said in the paper, there's only a few people that wish to be in the city. We all want to be in the county. I have 130 signatures that I collected myself, and Sid Monroe has a bunch more. There's still some incoming, and we ask that you accept our petition and drop an ordinance putting us in the county or in the Agua Fria Village.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the chambers who wishes to speak at this time? Daniel, do we have people online?
Chair Bustamante, we do have one user online, Chris Michels.
Okay, Mr. Meckles, go ahead.
Okay, I think seem to be unmuted now. Good day, Chair and the members of the Commission. Today I'm speaking to you again about the rules of order, which I claim you are in violation of and have been in violation of for quite a long time. Your current rules of order, as far as I can tell from your records, go back to 2010, and you're not following them, and you haven't followed them for a long time. Looking at the record, and I encourage you to do so, the first violation of your rules of order was in 2012. That's when your chair was Liz Stefanik, and she just decided to take it upon herself to change, to ignore the rules and do whatever she wanted. So for 2012, pretty much the rules were not followed. There was a meeting then in 2015, a study session, which all of you, I think, need to pay attention to that. The study session was actually looking at the rules of order and OMA, and what they were saying is it should be of interest to you because at that time the rules of order were still 2010, no denying that, and the comments about it actually said that they were allowing at that point public comment for agenda items, which currently you don't allow. So from that time until this, you're basically not in compliance with the 2010 rules of order. What we did originally and what you referred to earlier in the 2010 discussion is that your intent was always to revisit the rules of order every year and update them as necessary. That is, in fact, the practice that you talked about having, which you don't follow, and it's also the practice that followed in other counties such as Taos does that. Los Alamos County does that. It's a pretty good practice, and you claim to follow it, and you don't. So the effect of not following this policy is you're cutting the public out, which you should be doing and intended to do by your own records. Look at the BCC. Intended to do was to allow public comment on agenda items. And the other thing that you've done by not following the rules is you've moved the public comment period from right after the approval of the minutes way down the agenda, which means is if the public gets their paltry 3 minutes to comment on the agenda of the day, they only get to, the way you've got to set up now is they only get to comment after you've already had processed the agenda. Initially, they were set up at the beginning of the meeting, in which case the public at least could spend their 3 minutes trying to comment on upcoming items, which would be much more adequate. If anything's adequate for 3 minutes, be much better treatment for the public. Right now, you're cutting the public out of everything. And you should revisit that because I hope that is not your intent. So anyway, please take a look at rules of order. It's a mess. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right, back to our agenda. We have now matters from the county manager.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante and Commissioners. We only have two updates today. First, this week does mark the beginning of the 10th annual Managers Commit to Be Fit Challenge. This is an 8-week health and fitness initiative and team building exercise for Santa Fe County employees and elected officials who are allowed to form teams of 4 to 6 people. The goal is to earn points through exercise, healthy eating, and many challenges that again allow teams to also bond. I think it's a great activity. The team from the county manager's office, we've proudly dubbed ourselves the Almost Legends in recognition of the fact that I think we have come in second place for at least 2 consecutive years and perhaps 3. But we're always game for the challenge and encourage and look forward to some good-natured competition going forward. Secondly, wanted to confirm for commissioners that we do intend to hold the annual county employee picnic organized by the Employee Benefits Committee at Romero Park on Friday, July 25th from approximately noon to 4 p.m. I hope that you'll be able to stop by and say thank you to county employees in appreciation for the work that they do on a daily basis for our community. Thank you, Chair Bustamante. That's all the updates I have.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. I know it's very, very impressive to have been second place for as often as you have been, and I think we aspire to that. Next are matters from the County Commission, issues, comments, but not limited to constituent concerns. Let's start with Commissioner Kakari Stone. Commissioner Stone?
Can I defer? I'm having a little problems with my audio, please. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. Commissioner Green, please.
All right, let's do it. So thank you, Madam Chair. Busy couple weeks here. First, I'd like to thank the governor's office and some of the folks from the Italian government for inviting me to take part in a meeting with the Italian consul and some of the arts and cultural staff from the Italian government that came through town about 10 days ago. There was a great meet and greet at the governor's mansion, and got to talk about different perspectives on arts, culture, and governance from an international perspective. As you know, I am chair this year on the Buckman Direct Diversion. We are in the process of negotiating a new MOU on some testing and monitoring of some contamination that is handled by the Environmental Management Division of NNSA up there. They politely hosted myself and the Vice Chair, Councilor Romero Worth, for a meeting to negotiate an extension to the MOU and to discuss some of the sticking points that were holding up the new MOU. And they were very pleasant and mentioned that this was a priority for them, and I think for Santa Fe County and for Buckman Direct Diversion, making sure that we have a good working relationship with the lab and their cleanup efforts up there is very important. And then lastly, many of you may have read, just to make sure that it is here on the record here and everybody at the dais and in the community knows, I did announce my run for mayor of the city of Santa Fe, and look forward to running and hearing the concerns of the community citywide, but also continuing in my seat as the District 1 County Commissioner for this year, and making sure that I respond to the community at large for District 1, and we'll be happy to discuss items with you that that sort of overlap with the city in that position if you see fit. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you in whatever capacity I earn.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a couple things. One is that I did have hour with Hank last week, and I heard a lot of concerns about the sewer and the Quill plant completion because these communities in La Pradera and Rancho Viejo, their packaged sewer systems are wearing out, and they're anxious to hook into the county sewer. And I told them it would maybe a couple years so they can do that, but they're anxious to have that happen. And then the other thing is I'm meeting with the Spur Ranch Road Committee on Monday to start working on the application for them to be adopted by us. It's going to be somewhat of a long process, I realize, but I'm moving ahead. And that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Chair Bustamante and I both attended the North Central Regional Transit District's ribbon cutting for the Taos facility, which was sometime after the last BCC, but before this one. It's all blurring together. It's a lovely facility. It gave me a nice opportunity to go up north to Taos. And yeah, I really am pleased to be on that board, and it is a testament to great leadership over the last 2 decades. We had an MPO meeting, and there was some discussion of the connection to both a trail system and regional transit connections to the adult detention facility. I just want all of our constituents to know that we're working on that in multiple capacities because it's something that is important and people are concerned about it. So I think we're continuing to work through a multitude of solutions to the issue of people having to walk back. And it is a choice that they can make, but we want to make it as safe as possible. I attended the Pride events. Many of you were there. It was really, really fun. I had a great time. I missed the parade element, but I had a lovely time just walking around, seeing different booths, seeing people celebrating, and it's important that Santa Fe celebrates that. I also want to note that it was an incredibly diverse event with people from all ages, all walks of life, and it was great to see our community out there. I am one of the producers of the Canyon Road Summer Walk, so this is on a more sort of personal note, but it is a community event that happens the first Wednesday of every month. I saw Commissioner Green there. It was great to see him. I'm running around just putting out fires everywhere, but it's a lovely event, and I want to invite people to come. Next one is August 6th. It starts at 5 p.m. It goes till 8 p.m. It's free. The Canyon Road is closed to traffic, and there's lots of live music and street food and cool art projects going on. And then finally, I attended the 4th of July picnic at the Hondo Fire Station in my neighborhood. They always have a great band, and it was great to see the volunteer crew there. Hondo 1 is a volunteer station, and I had brought my daughter Ingrid, and we watched them tear apart a car. So that was pretty cool. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. So I will go and the 2 things that I want to mention today, Commissioner Kakari Stone and I will be in Philadelphia with the National Association of County Officials, and I really do ask for my fellow commissioners to look at the list of those resolutions that would be moving forward to Congress if they are approved at that meeting. It's very important, and both Commissioner Kakari Stone and I are voting members, and we'll be there late on Tuesday. It's a different world on there. There are issues that I have been working with them on, specifically national prohibition of PFAS in specific areas, as well as the open space concerns and the birthright citizenship with the NACO, the National Association of Hispanic County Officials. And then I want to read some super duper news. So Santa Fe County, and we were just informed that Santa Fe County has received an award for Disability Pride. We're excited to share that Santa Fe County has been chosen for the Community Heritage Accessibility Award at the upcoming Santa Fe 2025 Accessibility Awards, hosted by the Disability Pride of New Mexico, a 501c3 organization. This recognition honors our outstanding, yours is what the thing says, efforts and commitment to enhancing accessibility for people with disabilities in our community. So we have an event that we are all invited to on July 31st at 6 p.m., from 6 p.m. to 8:30 at 706 Camino Lejo here in Santa Fe. It's business casual dress, and we will be recognized for the good work that Santa Fe County has done in the commemoration of the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So that's great for everyone who has made sure that that's happening, and I want to thank the county manager for his role in making sure that all ADA compliance is taken care of, and frankly, pretty much everything else that needs to be taken care of is exceptional, so I'm grateful for that. As well, I walked with Commissioner Hughes, and Commissioner Kakari Stone and her wife were a little further ahead of us in the Pride Parade, and it was very good to be there, very good to be present, very good to be out and about with a lot of people. It was a long parade, and there were a lot of people who attended the parade. And one thing that stood out for me, and it's not like I'm trying to be hyperbolic, but I am so grateful for where we are in this time in life to be able to have a life that generations before me could not have in this community or any other in this country, without being threatened, without being afraid of where they are and that people would notice them. One woman handed me a handful of suicide awareness ribbons, and it reminded me of what it was like for people who don't get to be their true selves, of what it's like if you're living a life that isn't amenable to who you are as a person, and that people will end their own lives, or on the other hand, if they're not taken out by someone else, they will end their own lives, just because it's an unbearable life to not be able to be oneself. So it was a very good event, well attended, and there's always fun and dancing in the streets. So Commissioner Kakari Stone, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I always appreciate and value updates from each of you and my colleagues. I continue to serve on several committees. This last cycle from the last BCC meeting was the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Green both sit on that, and includes city councilors. The city has an extensive strategic plan coming out. I did invite them to possibly present at our Border County Commission in the future, because it's very comprehensive, and I think it'll offer insights into the needs of our community as well. In terms of the Los Alamos National Laboratory electrical power capacity line that's being proposed, an upgrade project, those consultations continue. There is a final draft memo that's being circulated. I know Commissioner Bustamante, on behalf of the county, has reviewed that. I'm part of the National Rio Grande Heritage area, and we've also provided input. So that's continuing. There's some issues, but I think it will move forward, and there'll be opportunities for some tweaks as we go. The environmental impact report came out from the Bureau of Land Management. I weighed in on that, and a piece was featured in the Santa Fe New Mexican in terms of a contained shooting range in the Cajal del Rio. This continues to be contentious, but I have to say, on behalf of the voices and input from District 2 residents, they are in favor in general for a contained, focused shooting range that uses best practices and has specific hours. Right now, it is a public safety nuisance in the sense that it's a free-for-all. The governor does not support it and is standing with the tribes on not having it, but I am in support of a best practice shooting range that has consultation with community members and the tribes. So that will continue to have some, the environmental impact report outlines some of the strategies. I do want to mention that I too, since I moved to Santa Fe, have gone to each Pride parade each year when I am in town. And it was an honor to walk in the parade alongside an elder transgender person who held a sign saying, I'm transgender and elder, and this is who I am. And I have to say, I give credit to Santa Fe families and residents and to that person who is so courageous, like so many others. And to think that this person walked who they truly were, dating back before we had some social and civil rights. And that was very inspirational to me. And I just want to mention that I also am attending the NACO convening in Philadelphia with some plans. I sit and have been appointed to the health committee, so I'm excited about that and those meetings. And finally, I just want to end on a personal note. I did announce that I retired. July 1st was my first day, so I'm only a week and a day into my retirement. And I have to say it's a newfound freedom, but it's also a life transition for my elder parents. And as a Santa Fe County Commissioner and public health advocate, I witnessed firsthand the profound impact that Alzheimer's disease has on our families and communities. My family is impacted by it now, and it has really changed the course of their day-to-day living experiences as well as mine. And it has a lot of emotional, physical, and financial strain on caregivers. And I want to just say that I want to stand with our community services department and to continue to explore as a county commissioner what resources we have for our families and communities who are impacted by Alzheimer's. So I just wanted to share that because we need to break through stigma of sharing how mental health and brain health impact our daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, on to other elected officials. Do we have anyone online who would like to speak?
Chair Bustamante, we do not have any other elected officials online.
Okay, there are no other matters from the commission or other elected officials. Matters from the county attorney?
Good afternoon, Chair Bustamante. I do have one item. I'd invite you all to enter into executive session to discuss, that being the potential pursuit of an injunction to remedy threats. We would discuss that in an executive session pursuant to Section 1015(1)(h)(7) of the Open Meetings Act pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant. And I would request a motion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I will make the motion to go into executive session, stating we will only work on things that the county attorney has stated and are in the agenda.
We have a motion from Commissioner Green. Do we have a second?
Second.
And I do need a roll call vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have a second? We have a second from Commissioner Johnson. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Adam Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kokari Stone?
Yes.
And Chair Camila Bustamante.
Yes. All right, we will be in executive session till further notice.
Hey, what happened? I think he knows though, because he was very polite tonight, and he agreed to everything, so if he said he was sensitive, we talked about your. But, that said that, freaking let it as soon as possible. Yeah. I mean, boy was like. I'm in. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in a work meeting. Just leave it. I'm in a work meeting. I apologize. Okay, thank you. Take care. All right. Internet. All right. Okay. How come I can't hear it? Testing? I don't know. Let me see. Hear anything. Hello? Testing? Testing volume. The volume is not on. I cannot hear. Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, let's call this meeting back to order. Public hearings to be heard no earlier than 5 o'clock. We are reconvening now at 5:15. Do we have a motion to?
So I will make a motion that to come out of executive session stating that we did not discuss anything we weren't supposed to.
I second that motion.
We have a motion that we are coming out of executive session, that we had not covered anything that was not on the agenda or pulled. And we have by Commissioner Green, and we have a second by Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. We are back in the meeting. Resolution number 2025, a resolution finding 2500 Lopez Lane a public nuisance authorizing administrative enforcement. Okay, and we are hearing from Joseph Martinez. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Martinez. I'm currently serving as the Santa Fe County Growth Management Code Enforcement Supervisor. I'm here today to present the facts and staff recommendations regarding code enforcement case number 24.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez. I do have a person from the public who is signaling that they cannot hear, and we do provide accommodations. Yes, you can. And we also have a, did we get him a headset for the audio?
The audio is muted on Teams. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, it was muted for a minute, just letting you know.
Okay, we'll resume. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Commissioners. Again, my name is Joe Martinez. I'm currently serving as the Santa Fe County Code Enforcement Supervisor. I'm here today to present the facts and the staff recommendation regarding Code Enforcement Case number 24-8222 concerning the property located at 2500 Lopez Lane, currently owned by Maria Magallanes. This case began in March of 2023 when we received a complaint from the Agua Fria Village Association detailing serious safety concerns, including alleged criminal activity tied to the property. Over the course of our investigation and through numerous site visits, it was clear that the property was in significant violation of the 2023-04 Santa Fe County Nuisance Abatement Ordinance. In this time, code enforcement has documented a wide array of violations, including over 50 abandoned or inoperable vehicles, boats, RVs, and equipment, heaps of trash and debris posing health and safety risks, an unsecured and deteriorated structure that had become a magnet for unlawful entry and criminal activity, and repeated law enforcement responses, over 200 calls for service in a 9-year span, ranging from suspicious activity to violent incidents. An inspection conducted with Construction Industries on March 2023 confirmed that the main dwelling met the state's criteria as an unsafe structure. Additionally, the property lacked basic utilities, functional plumbing, and proper heating, rendering it uninhabitable. Following due process as outlined in the 2023-04 Nuisance Abatement Ordinance, Code Enforcement issued a notice of violation and later a written order. The property owner did respond and made efforts to do cleanup. However, given the scope of the violations and the financial restrictions expressed by the owner, compliance has not yet fully been achieved. A formal nuisance hearing was held on April 24th, 2025, before hearing officer Ziegler. Mrs. Magallanes testified and acknowledged the ongoing cleanup efforts, but admitted the magnitude and the task exceeded her capacity. After weighing the testimony and evidence, hearing officer Ziegler issued a fact of finding and conclusion of law, determining the property to be a public nuisance and threat to the health, safety, and welfare of Santa Fe County residents. Based on that ruling, a proposed resolution has been submitted to the board for adoption. This resolution authorizes county staff to abate the nuisance, cleaning the property and removing the unsafe structure. After, we would place a lien on the property for any and all associated costs with the abatement. If adopted, this resolution would allow the county or Santa Fe County staff to act to eliminate this long-standard hazard. It also ensures that the county can recover its costs through a lien process as outlined in the ordinance. So therefore, staff recommends that the board confirm the hearing officer's findings and adopt the resolution in full to authorize remediation of the property at 2500 Lopez Lane. So at this time, I'll stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Thank you, Chair Bustamante. Mr. Martinez, I just want to thank you for your efforts, for your going out there by putting forth enforcement, and I appreciate your testimony based on facts. This has been a longstanding public health threat to the safety and to the overall well-being of the community and nearby neighborhoods like Las Acequias, Agua Fria Village. I live just a street over, and I am in complete agreement of this moving forward on behalf of all the surrounding neighbors and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other comments, questions, or concerns? Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out this is the first time we've used the nuisance ordinance to this point, and so I'm glad to see it is working.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'm understanding. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yep, I've heard about this property for years now, and so this is great that this has been able to be implemented. So as I look at a satellite picture, I do see what looks to be dozens of vehicles and 2 structures. Are both structures, this would basically clean the entire site down to dirt? Is there anything that would remain?
So there was actually 2 hearings because there was 2 property owners. One was of the real estate, which included the primary dwelling, and the second case was for a property owner of personal property, which was a manufactured home. So the manufactured home was sold by the owner of the property, and it was removed. So currently, we performed an inspection of progress being made by the property owner, the real property owner of the real estate, being able to see where they're at. Basically, manufactured home is gone. That section with all the cars on the south side of the property has been cleaned up, and pretty much it's just an open field right now. So they're continuing to make progress. However, again, as I previously stated, they may not have the capacity to clean the entire property. So that's what we'll be looking to do, is to clean whatever that they can't continue to do.
Do we have an estimate of how much it might?
Not at this time, Madam Chair, Commissioners, not at this time. And the reason being is because we would need to procure services to be able to provide scopes of work, professional services to do that, as well as to be able then to go out to RFP in order to be able to get contractors to provide pricing based upon the scopes of work that were provided.
Okay, and then last question, that if the scope of work is more value, the work to clean it up, to remediate, is more expensive than the value of the property, where does that leave the county?
So we've done a brief cost analysis, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We've done a brief cost analysis, and the value of the property, there probably will not be a deficit in this case. And the reason we say that is because the property being valued by the assessors is right around $200,000.
Sorry, I'm going to add one more question here. If we clean this property and make it suitable for development, would the owner be able to get a building permit or be able to rehab the property, put another mobile home on it without paying off the lien?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, that would not be possible. In order for them to be able to secure any kind of finance, they would have to clear the lien on the property. So, in order for them to develop the property, the lien would have to be cleared.
But you're saying that if they got a mortgage, they would have to clear the lien?
Yes.
But if they didn't do it with a mortgage, if they just moved a double wide on it, a manufactured home, or they built a structure themselves?
They would be required to obtain permits. However, at that time, if there was still a lien on the property, they would have to prove that there was no taxes owed as part of the permitting process.
And this shows up as a tax lien, or it shows up as a separate civil lien?
It shows up as a lien through the treasurer's office.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that we're not doing them a favor, cleaning up the property. They get to carry a $100,000 lien and go get a permit, build a home there, and we're still stuck holding the bag.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's my understanding that the lien would have to be cleared in order for them to be able to develop anything on the property.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for clarifying that.
Any other questions? Commissioner Kokari-Stone, would you like to make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing, I apologize. Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak to this matter? Sir, please.
Yes, it's ringing in my ears, sorry. My name is Eutimio Ortiz. I was working with Maria to purchase the property, and I also helped move stuff, lock the gates, and when people were breaking in to...
I'm sorry, sir, I believe we need to swear you in.
Chair, under the process set forth in the ordinance, only argument is being made on the record created by the hearing officer below. So you are not taking testimony or other evidence here. You can hear argument on the record that you have in front of you on board docs.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Please proceed.
Okay, so I was working with her to purchase the property, and we had agreed on a price. And then there's an individual in the village named Willie Mee, who thinks he's the self-proclaimed mayor to the village. He went around telling her that I was cheating her and she wanted $500,000. Well, long story short, I did a lot of work. I worked with the sheriff department. I worked with the county. as far as, finding the information on the mobile home so they could get the information and all that. And through all my time afterwards, she says, oh, I already sold the property. I'm not going to pay you nothing. So I filed a lien on the property. And somehow she still went to the county and changed the deed to her name and somebody else's name. And I just wanted to bring that on record that I did file a lien. And I have proof of text messages going back almost 2 years of what was going on. And when I met with sheriffs, when I met with the county, they're on the property. And I just wanted to come forward and bring that information forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public? If there is anyone online? No? Okay, hearing no other comment, Commissioner Kukari-Stone, it's your district.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Bustamante. I make a motion to approve resolution finding 2500 Lopez Lane a public nuisance and authorizing administrative enforcement code enforcement case number 24-822 pursuant to ordinance number 2023-04. Thank you.
And I'll second it.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kukari-Stone to approve the resolution finding 2500 Lopez Lane as a public nuisance. We have a second from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We have a resolution number, please?
Sorry, resolution number 2025079.
079, thank you. Okay. Item B, a resolution adopting projects for inclusion in the Santa Fe County's Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, the ICIP, for fiscal years 2027 to 2031, and authorizing the submittal of the plan to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. Okay, Max.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Max Hendren. I am the Capital Planning Team Leader in the Growth Management Department. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, I just want to thank you for this time to conduct the second public hearing for the Santa Fe County's fiscal year 2027 to 2031 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. At this meeting or a special meeting to be held Thursday, July 10th, the board will be asked to adopt by resolution the final fiscal year 2027 to 2031 ICIP. So a little background, the capital planning process is Exhibit A in your packet. It's the process that supports the Capital Planning Committee and the board by annually complying, prioritizing capital projects in the Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. The ICIP is a short to midterm planning tool. It covers a 5-year planning window. It prioritizes projects based on feasibility, need, alignment with county goals, and availability of funding. It is adopted by the board annually via resolution and submitted to the Department of Finance and Administration, the DFA. It is shared with New Mexico elected delegation to support capital outlay funding requests. And the ICIP informs a broader capital budget plan. Santa Fe County's fiscal year 2027 to 2031 ICIP is due to the DFA by July 11th, 2025. So throughout the year, staff has engaged the board and the public in meetings to inform on the process and gather feedback for improvements on our ICIP. Since the last public hearing on the ICIP that was held on June 24th, the Capital Planning Committee convened to review and recommend updates to the ICIP in accordance with the adopted process and the recommendations. The committee added new capital project requests, that is on Exhibit D, and removed some projects, that is on Exhibit E. Those projects were removed either because they are underway or that the project is a study or a preliminary engineering report, a PER. The committee requests to track the PERs and studies that are listed on Exhibit F separately on a dedicated list. Those projects are prioritized and assigned a budget as determined by the board. The potential projects, because of the studies, can be assessed in future capital planning cycles. Additionally, the committee disclosed that the ICIP would create a more realistic and comprehensive picture of the county's capital plan if it encompasses all the county's planned, partially funded, and prioritized capital projects that were removed from the ICIP when they were thought to be fully funded. Continued inflation, price volatility has caused county staff to question when a project should be considered fully funded. Perhaps this should only happen after a construction contract has been entered into. So adding these projects will also provide legislators with a wider range of projects to which they can supply gap funding. Staff identified and added those projects back into the ICIP and are included in the recommended fiscal year 2027 to 2031 ICIP, which is Exhibit G. And Leandro is going to provide more of an explanation on that the final ICIP and top 5 projects.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. So I'm giving you a little more detail on the final ICIP as I just wanted to touch on what was added from our last meeting. We did take a look at existing projects. Some of the feedback we heard was that it should look more realistic in regards to the projects we're actually working on with the actual funding gaps that we are experiencing. So on Exhibit G, you see that there are some projects in yellow that have not been necessarily scored, but these projects were all on our capital funding list. So they may look familiar to you. Some of these projects are closer to being constructed than others, but it truly is a realistic look now by adding these projects as to what the county hopes to achieve in the next 5 years, which is the goal of the ICIP. So that was one inclusion since the last presentation. We also maintained the color coding of the project list where the highlighted green projects were the previous year's top 5. And then we highlighted with green lettering the new projects that were added to the ICIP for this year and for inclusion in this year. We did not formally recommend a top 5. However, they are ranked by the highest scoring projects. So your top 5 are basically the highest scored projects. We do understand that there may be requests to identify your individual projects from each district as the top for us to include as a top 5, and we're open to hearing any of those at this time. We also understand that in the past we have taken the opportunity to revisit the ICIP. Last year we did it after receiving guidance from the executive in the October to November timeframe. The executive at that time suggested that we identify a top 3 specific to the request from the executive. We opened it up again in about October timeframe of last year so that we could, I think we added a couple new projects and then we identified a top 3 and submitted our ICIP to DFA at that time. So those were the major changes. I also did, as we mentioned in the CIP discussion earlier, we do intend to continue to work with not just the commissioners, but in general, we understand that this process is not ideal. We worked over the last 3 years with what was existing from the 2019 resolution, and I think at this time we realize the importance of making some major changes to the process in general, and that will be our focus over the next few months into the new year. So although we do have a deadline and we are asking you to consider the adoption of the ICIP today, it's absolutely not the end of our work. It's probably just the beginning of our work to improve the overall process. We do want to make sure that we include the commissioners, and as I mentioned during the CIP discussion, I'd like to take advantage of your quarterly meetings with Public Works to really dive deeper into the existing capital funded project list that we have, to take a look at some of the older projects that are on the list to discuss those projects with you and to understand what might not be the top priority anymore and whether or not there's an opportunity to reallocate funds that might have been appropriated many years ago to something that's more relevant today. So those are some of the future steps that we intend to take as we continue to improve the process. We also are going to be looking at standards that have been created from other agencies such as the GFOA or the ICMA. These are different groups that have representation nationwide, and they have been able to provide a basic framework of capital improvement plans that are more inclusive of the entire planning process. And we hope to take those examples and really start over, with lack of a better explanation. But we think that we have an opportunity to really create a better process that makes a lot more sense for everybody and gets the board the answers that you continue to ask us questions on. So that's our goal overall on the ICIP. Yeah, and I think that's all I have in my talking point. I stand for any questions you have at this time, and I also am open to any suggestions on a top 5.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you. I just wondered if you knew what the what the deadline is for adding something to the ICIP for this year.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, so the deadline to adopt is Friday, July 11th. As I mentioned in the past, we have had the opportunity to revisit it. Last year, the deadline that brought us together again in October was the publishing of the actual ICIP for the legislators as they prepare to go into the legislative session. So that was why we did it in October of last year, so that any changes we made were captured in the actual publishing of the ICIP for the legislative session. So we will continue to monitor and pay attention to any guidance or advice from the executive or legislative side. But I think the goal would be to try to, same time frame, October to November at the latest, make any changes and adopt a final ICIP so that we're well ahead of the legislative session and that we can agree as a county what our priorities are going to be, so that as we get into the session, we're all advocating for the priorities set forth by the BCC.
Yeah, so basically, is there an absolute deadline or just a suggested deadline?
I'd like to say the deadline is, again, Friday, July 11th, based on the guidance from DFA. But yeah, in the past, we've had that flexibility. We, a couple years ago, went all the way into December and amended it. The issue with that was that it wasn't part of the published ICIP that the legislators got. So some of our changes that we made at in the December timeframe, November-December timeframe, may not have been captured by the legislators in what they had. So we had to communicate our changes to them, and it did cause a little bit of confusion. So I don't have an answer for you on an absolute drop-dead deadline. As I said, DFA has published the deadline of July 11th for them to be able to start capturing our
Yeah,
priorities.
so but basically by the end of October would be safe.
I think we'd be safe by being able
Okay.
to make any changes by then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Leandro, and thank you, Max. So one of the things that was brought up previously was communicating with our legislators, because ultimately there's a big pot of money from the governor, so that's one of the targets for to get money, but there's really an opportunity for individual senators and representatives. And again, I want to reiterate, one, working with them. 2, creating this whole laundry list and presenting to them now and saying, here are the 1, 2, 3, 5 projects that are in your district, right? Not my district and county commission districts, but in Senate districts and House districts, so that we can say, what is your priority? And by doing that, I really think we can start early pressure on them to say, I will commit. It's not in the middle of the session. Right? By then, you know, if it's not on the list, then they're like, where's something that I can fund? But now we say, look, is there something that you want? Because they talk to their constituents, their common constituents, and they say, well, we want to we want something here. And they don't have enough money to necessarily fund something big, but they might want to fund something that they can do and see get done. And that might, their sets of priorities might be a little different than ours. And they can convince us, you know, they have to convince us to include it. But I think by putting that conversation of if, you know, Senator Gonzalez, who represents Taos, for the most part, has a small section of Santa Fe County and wants to do something in Santa Fe County, but couldn't care less about the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System, how do we make some ask for him in Chimayo or the portion of the district that he represents? And so I really encourage us to pass this today as internally for us as a draft, to then go to each of the senators that we and representatives, and we each go and say, here are the ones that are in your district. Is there something that really rises to the top for you? And is there something that you absolutely won't fund? And then we know, because this is who it's aimed for. And we do the same thing with the governor's office. Is there something you want to put your money towards? We'll take it. If there's something you don't, we won't ask, right? We'll ask Nat once, but we won't ask in January when the session comes. I think that is one of the, you know, working with them will give us much more opportunity to get money out of them instead of us telling them what to fund. Say, here's our list, here's what we can do. What are you interested in? I think that's a better relationship in that. And so I'm okay with this list now, but I think the next step is now to go to each of our representatives to understand what. And if there's something that isn't on this list that they say, well, where is that? You go, oh, yes, well, let's see if we can get that ready for you. Thanks.
Anyone else? I have a similar concern. I see something that is rated with a 0, and at the same time I know that there is a discussion about an economic shot in the arm in Stanley and opportunity given potential moving of a state fairgrounds, as well as the way the state is growing and what the future of agricultural activities looks like. So when we, similar to what Commissioner Green is saying, working and talking with the representation, either our state senator or the legislator who oversees that area, and hearing what the support is, and knowing that it's been stated that this is something that would bring more traffic, as it already brings some, but nowhere near enough with regard to the Cyclone Center. You know, it's one of those where, wait, we can get funding. If it's not on this list, whoops, you know, and it ranked as a 0. And then the other thing that I'm just have a question about is that the detox is not a necessity. I mean, I'm kind of confused on that one in the ranking where it says the scoring and then it has the detox facility not listed as a necessity. Like, I mean, so it's okay, it would be fine if we don't have that detox facility. I'm not understanding that particular situation. That would be number 6563 PER for detox center for $250,000. A preliminary engineering report and architectural engineering firm would be, you know, taking a big look at this. But it says that it's not a basic need, and I'm kind of wondering who would agree with that not being a basic need unless there's another definition.
So Madam Chair, in terms of the scoring, that's an internal process. I think what you're suggesting, we did commit, or we're requesting, and you guys approved earlier today, the commitment of county funds to take a look at the cyclone PER and feasibility. I think it's important for us to understand what exactly we would be asking for in terms of an expansion, and we do have that opportunity. The PER for the detox, I think we also recommended funding for, because we did see that as a priority. That, I believe, is more in line with our jail remodeling and the entire jail project that we would bring forward upon understanding the details of a design and the actual true costs. So I hear you. I think we did prioritize those in different ways, but you also highlight what we've talked about many times. Our scoring system doesn't always capture what the commissioners see as a high priority, or even sometimes staff scores it and get to the end of it and say, okay, that seems like a basic need, but based on the scoring and trying to be consistent, we weren't able to score it as such. So we definitely understand that's a big reason why we're looking to revamp the entire process and put together a better scoring system that would capture the concern you just brought up. It is a priority, and it should be noted as such, but the way we scored it didn't necessarily score it at that point. The reason we also didn't recommend a top 5 necessarily was for those reasons. Some of these projects, the new ones I brought in, have not necessarily been scored, but they are a priority based on the funding that's been attached to them. So that's why we didn't want to make the scoring overly important, I guess. It is important, and it does help us kind of set the requests, but it also, in the past, we realized your priorities tend to be more important from your experience with your districts than the scoring. So I hope that answers that. I do think we're still committed to both of those projects by committing funds to evaluate those and then understanding what our hard ask would be. But we did suggest removing all PERs and all plans from the ICIP because a lot of times that money isn't what the legislators want to give us in the experience we've had. And to Commissioner Green's point, some of the projects we added on, I think, do give us an opportunity to ask for gap funding, and it would be a project that's pretty close to the end. So if a legislator, for example, found a project that needed $200,000 and they gave it to us, we're hopefully going to be cutting a ribbon soon, and where we can invite them to that ribbon cutting and show them that we could take their $200,000 and complete a project. And that was the reasoning for including some of those other projects that are ready to go and within that 5-year time frame.
So I'm understanding then that the Cyclone Center is something that we're already looking into county funding to fund, and that if we were going to do some type of gap funding need, it would have to be at a future date because it wasn't on the ICIP. I'm confused.
Madam Chair, we would hope that the final report or the final study on the Cyclone Center would help the board make the decision as to what project specifically you'd want to pursue first, second, or third, or maybe the feasibility says that isn't the type of project we focus on, while maybe this one is. And so that was really the goal of asking you guys to invest in the study up front so that when we make the hard ask, it's an ask that actually coincides with the county needs.
Okay. Any other comments? Don't see any hands up. So now you're looking for recommendations for the top 5. Is that what I'm understanding?
Madam Chair, I think we have a public hearing, actually.
I'm still asking questions.
Okay, yeah.
Thanks anyway.
Yes, Madam Chair, if there's any suggestions from the commissioners as a change to, as I mentioned, the 5 that are at the top of the list weren't necessarily our recommendation for a top 5. However, those were we sorted the list by the highest scoring and then the most recent projects to be addressed. So the 2027 projects would come after the highest scored projects. So I could quickly help you understand what might be your top projects in each district, if that helps. Or like I mentioned, the highlighted in green were your top 5 from last year. All of those projects still are underway and potentially could be your top 5 again. Or like I said, anything that is a priority for each of you for your district could be something you would suggest that we would put toward the top 5. Or we could also just re-examine that, and if we're going to be readdressing the ICIP in October, that might give you all a little bit more time to go through the list and identify what you feel is the top priority for your district.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was going to suggest that if we do have, as Commissioner Green suggested, we finalize this as a draft, approve it as a draft. We all have individual meetings with the county manager, and I think we could loop Leandro and Max in on these meetings, we might have opportunity to each propose, how we would reprioritize. I'm sure they're mostly going to come from our own districts, but that might be a good opportunity for that instead of going around today and having to decide now, since, as Leandro just mentioned, we have until October, safely. Just a proposal.
I apologize. Explain that again. So we have something till October. I understood we had to have this in by Friday.
Well, I'll let you explain it.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the deadline to submit to DFA is Friday, so we want to check that box. We want to make sure we get it in there. Last year, as the example, they did not publish the actual ICIP until November, and we did get guidance from the executive in early October, late September, early October is when the request came from the executive to prioritize 3 versus 5, which was the DFA guidance. So that's why I'm suggesting we do have a little more time and opportunity to do what Commissioner Johnson suggested. That does make some sense to me, so that we can answer any other questions or go through the capital funded list to look at what might be something that isn't a priority anymore, that has some funding attached to it, that might make sense to shuffle a little bit and get you guys, get your input involved into the final list.
Okay, thank you. And I understand then that you're asking for the special meeting, and we did notice it for Thursday. And I have just, I'll say realized, but both Commissioner Kakari Stone and I will not be present. Kakari Stone may be able to attend virtually. I will literally be on a plane, which I apologize for.
Chair Bustamante, the Thursday meeting really wouldn't be necessary if we adopt the approach of approving the form of ICIP for submittal with the understanding that it'll be revisited later in the year. It was a placeholder should the board decide to do that. So if the board were to adopt the ICIP tonight, then there would be no need for the special meeting. So it was at the discretion of the board.
Okay, very good. That's both my lungs just filled up with air again. Thank you. Commissioner Green?
So just, I like the, to reiterate what Commissioner Johnson and I sort of said, like, this is a good opportunity. We can come revisit, at least at the bare minimum, what our priorities are, right? Because the priorities won't matter if it's published. It's published, they're in there, but our priorities can be with the guidance that we give our lobbyists and how we go to the legislature. So publish this or approve this, move on. Maybe there's a few things that get added in or taken out between now and October, and we put our priorities in October, but at least we've checked the boxes, Leandro said, and we don't have to meet on Thursday.
Thank you. Commissioner Kakari Stone?
I agree. We need to meet the DFA deadline, and so I propose moving forward after public comment, if there is any, to moving this forward, and then having a discussion on the priorities in September, no later than end of September. I think we need to move forward with this, folks, and not totally change things as we go. The staff have done a lot of due diligence to present to us several times and to the public, and I think we know enough around what we can achieve in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's open the floor for public comment. Are there people in the chambers who wish to speak to this matter? One, and do we have anyone online? Okay.
And Chair Bustamante, would you like me to display a timer?
Sure. We have one person. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I didn't hear what he said. Was he addressing me?
No, you're good.
Okay. My name is Lynn Pickard. I'm with the Tesuque Valley Community Association, and we are particularly concerned with implementing the recommendations of our road safety study. Most of those are matters of maintenance, And perhaps thanks to you, which I do thank you, you have moved the Department of Public Works Division Director to meet with us and to set out a timeline. There are 3 of our projects that are genuine capital projects, and one of them has been taken out because it needs a study. I understand that. That's okay. 2 of them are on the last page. One of those on the last page really needs to be done in conjunction with the city's Bishop's Lodge project, so it's okay to push that one far. There's another one that is specifically designed to calm traffic, and it's okay that it's on the last page and towards the bottom of the last page right now. If we don't get results from the Department of Public Works Maintenance, we'll be back next year, the following year, asking you to prioritize that. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge. Anyone else? Nope. Okay. If there are no further comments, what is the will of the board? Commissioner Hughes?
I move to adopt the ICIP as it is.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Hughes to adopt the ICIP as is.
And I'll second.
We have support from Commissioner Green. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Thank you very much. Motion carries. On to a resolution number, please.
Resolution number 2025080.
080. Look where we got today. Thank you. Okay, on to item C, resolution amending resolution number 2015-155, the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, to adopt the 2025 Village of La Bajada Community Plan. And I'm going to say for the record, thank you to everyone who participated in the development of this plan. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Here tonight to talk to you about the La Bajada Community Plan. Planning staff seeks approval of a resolution to amend the Sustainable Growth Management Plan by adopting the 2025 Village of La Bajada Community Plan in accordance with Section 2.1.5.8 of the Sustainable Land Development Code. The plan reflects the community's aspirational vision and priorities. However, adoption does not guarantee implementation of projects by county staff or allocation of county resources. Any future projects will require separate approvals, fundings, and feasibility assessments. So I'm going to go through, give you some community context, a little bit of a summary for the planning process, as well as the plan contents and the adoption process. So for the community context, the Village of La Bajada is a rural, unincorporated community located in the central western part of Santa Fe County within Commission District 3. With a small, close-knit population of approximately 26 residents, the village is known for its role as a historic paraje on the Camino Real de Adentro and historic Route 66, as well as its historic acequias, agricultural traditions, and scenic landscapes. The planning effort seeks to preserve the village's rural character while supporting sustainable growth and necessary infrastructure improvements. And in regards to the planning process, it's been a long process. In April 2017, the Village of La Bajada Community, my apologies. Didn't realize I had that going.
Thank you. Thank you.
We didn't miss too many slides. I don't need the slides, but there's some good photos in there. Okay.
We can scroll if we just open the attachment under the Exhibit D, presentation of community plan to BCC. So we will scroll and you can just let us know whether you're moving on to the next slide or not. Thank you.
Yeah, right now we're on the third slide, I believe.
Okay.
Let's see. So the planning process. In 2017, April of 2017, the Village of La Bajada Community Association submitted a letter of intent requesting authorization to initiate a community planning process. Following this request, the board formally established the La Bajada Planning Committee and authorized a community planning process through Resolution 2017-55. Let's see. Oh, okay, great. We got it going.
Great.
Let me see. So we talked about the geography. Plan initiation. All right. The La Bajada Planning Committee is comprised of representatives from the La Bajada Community Ditch and Mutual Domestic Association, as well as other residents and community stakeholders who first met on Saturday, July 15th, 2017. The Planning Committee and county staff met regularly until spring of 2020 when the planning process was moved to a virtual format due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That's the next. The Planning Committee remained open to all community members throughout the process. Staff have worked with the community to develop the plan to address consistency with the SGMP in accordance with Section 2.1 of the SLDC. Property owners were notified at key milestones, including plan initiation, the midway point, and advance of community-wide meetings to review and comment on the draft plan. So now we'll get into some of the plan context here. It was organized into 3 sections: the introduction, which is a pretty extensive introduction, plan elements in accordance with the SGMP and SLDC, and section 3, the implementation and goals. So before I get into that, here are 2 of the maps included in the plan: the existing land use, which has some of the parcels and how they're currently classified as being used, and future land use, what the community would like to see. This includes 2 overlays that will be developed at a later point upon the eventual adoption of the plan, which is the rural commercial overlay and the agricultural overlay. Section 1 is the introduction. It establishes the community context as well as the premise for planning, who the plan works for, who's supposed to carry out the plan, who are the major stakeholders, whether within the community or surrounding the community. So this kind of establishes the who, what, where of the plan. The plan elements, I won't go through all of them: land use, economic development, agriculture, and ranching. And I'll speak to that in a second when I talk to some of the major points of the projects that were identified in the planning process as being important to the community. Key issues and solutions. The Village of La Bajada Community Plan outlines the community's key goals and priorities. Though implementation depends on future funding, feasibility, and ultimately county decisions, the plan focuses on improving infrastructure and access, including maintained rural roadways, ensuring reliable emergency response, and securing funding for sustainable water and wastewater system. And I will note that the last time I visited the village last week, Route 66 was open, the access point to the village was open, as well as many potholes have been filled by Polo de Cochiti. So there's already some communication happening there. In addition to infrastructure and access, improving land use planning, the community they outlined the need for the completion of a cadastral survey to clarify community boundaries. As you can see in this map, the community's boundaries used to go along the river, and now the river has moved, and so for accurate planning, they want a cadastral survey to assess the current conditions. And then another key area that the community wanted to focus on was the agriculture and food security. The plan aims to protect farmland through the establishment of a rural agricultural overlay zone, which will bolster local food production via secure protections and promote initiatives like a village farmers market. For economic development, Economic and Community Development, the plan includes establishing a central placita and a community center to support local food processing, as well as encouraging small-scale commercial ventures. And so the adoption process, the review of the plan for consistency with the SGMP and determination of consistency by the land use administrator occurred in April of 2025. Planning staff presented a draft of the plan at 2 public meetings. These meetings were advertised via mailers sent to property owners within the community district and by email. The first meeting was held in person on November 30th, 2024 in the village of La Bajada. There were 15 people in attendance. The second meeting occurred on February 2nd, 2025 at the County Administrative Complex. 8 residents were in attendance. The draft plan was well received. We received 47 comments from the attendees. The public feedback was incorporated into the final version. The 2025 plan will amend the SGMP for the La Bajada Community District and will provide a basis for the establishment of the Village of La Bajada Community Overlay in the SLDC. Planning staff is seeking approval of the subject resolution to amend Resolution 2015-155, the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, to adopt the 2025 Village of La Bajada Community Plan. I stand for any questions.
Do we have any questions of staff? Okay, we'll open it to public comment. Do we have anyone online? No? Not. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to speak to this resolution amendment? Hilario. Online, okay. Okay, Hilario? Mr.
I
Romero?
was there at the first.
Chair Bustamante, I apologize. Would you like me to display a timer? Oh, okay.
I was there at the first meeting on July 17th, 2017. And after the meeting, the initial meeting, we realized that the community realized that they had to do something to protect the village for the future. Not only economically and through a planning process, but also to make people realize that this is a historic community. And so after that meeting, I went to work and I did 3 issues in the Greenfire Times of a total of about 7,000 words, all documented, of the history of La Bajada and the land grant it sits on today, which is now pretty much managed by the USDA Forest Service, unfortunately. But to go back to, to the whole historical part of it, I mean, this village is as historic as Santa Fe itself. There is the Pueblo remains that are there across the river from the village, and that's from the late Pueblo period, and that's from 1200 to 1400 AD. Setnate is what they call, the Tewa call that Pueblo. It's connected with Cochiti Pueblo. And not only that, but the Coronado expedition, the advance party camped at that site at La Boca. The following, that was in 1542. In 1580, Antonio del Espejo and his party camped at that location. In 1590, Gaspar Castaño de Sosa camped at that. You can't say that about Santa Fe. None of those expeditions went anywhere near Santa Fe. Juan de Oñate passed through there and camped there, and only the advance party went up the river to the point where they could cross there at the Guicu, at the Mesa de Guicu, and head up to north to San Ildefonso, while the rest of the expedition went to the southeast to San Marcos Pueblo, and then up to the.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. If you can speak to your participation in the the plan and how or what your recommendation would be towards this. I always appreciate your historic knowledge or your knowledge of history, but I think we need to keep moving with the meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I like to have it for the record because people don't understand, or do they know history, and that's why it keeps repeating itself in so many ways as we have known today. And I'll just say, the last thing I'll say was a paraje in the 1600s. Then it became the La Majada land grant with Jacinto Peleas and Rancho de Dominguez established there. And by 1737, it became the village of La Bajada. So that's the way we know it today as La Bajada. And those residents have been living there since the very beginning of the grant in 1692. At that first meeting, we were looking at the traditional village designation. And so that's why I went to work with the historical portion of it. With the planning, I went to the few meetings until the pandemic hit. And then I worked closely with Darren Muenberg, Lucero Tinajero, to basically look at what kind of a plan it would be, and just at the initial part of it. And everything that we discussed is pretty much in the plan. It didn't change that much. And also conversations with Alonso Gallegos and other members of the community. But I do want to thank Joseph Scala for his really fantastic efforts in really putting a lot of effort in being there for the community and setting up the meetings and moving on this, because it stalled. The whole thing stalled, and we were reading the plan before with the last community planners, and they left. One retired and the other left the county, and so it came to a standstill. And so I'm really glad now that you have a new person on and that he took the bull by the horns, and we're here now. And so I hope that you will approve this.
Thank you very much. Next, anyone else?
All right, I'll wait. I don't know if we need a timer or if.
No.
All right, no timer.
Just
Okay.
be respectful of time. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all. My name is Dr. Gregorio Gonzalez. I currently serve as the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Pueblo de Cochiti, and it's my honor and privilege to be able to speak with you all here today. And I especially want to thank the gentleman who spoke before about kind of the importance of history, and especially understanding the ways within which sovereign nations in this place have had very peculiar, although very important relationships with the state of New Mexico, as well as with the county of Santa Fe. So I just I'm going to be very brief with my remarks today. I think, this plan, as I understand it, seems to be moving in a direction that is wanting to be cooperative, and especially with wanting to do things in terms of wanting to, I guess, to create opportunity for this community to be able to build on existing resources that it has. I guess the thing that I will just emphasize, and especially as this is an iterative process, is that Pueblo voices, and especially tribal voices in this process, are amplified. That we offer tribal voices the opportunity to speak on their terms, and especially to be in dialogue with however this development occurs, because you can't have these places really without having sovereign nations in dialogue with these processes. And I think it behooves the county government as well as these communities to be able to have those kinds of respectful relationships. And I apologize actually for my own attire here. We were actually doing some cleanup for the upcoming feast, so I hope you all will be joining for feast next week. But suffice to say, I'm grateful to be able to speak with you all in this capacity. And again, I hope that as this body moves forward with this kind of work, that it continues to address the Pueblo and it continues to honor tribal sovereignty and self-determination the way that it should be. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? We have someone online.
Chair Bustamante, our online speaker is Phoebe Suina.
Amy Sweeney, thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very well, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to just provide a few words as the previous speakers have shared. I just wanted to uplift and highlight, the resolution as I read it, sustainable, management and sustainable development. Also, from my perspective, I am from the Pueblo of Cochiti. I am a tribal member there, and I've worked many years with our tribal leadership on where federal, state, and local policies and laws intersect with, as the previous gentleman said, our tribal jurisdictions and sovereignty and considerations and what tribal government has to consider in terms of management and stewardship of the lands. And I would just reiterate the inclusiveness and the engagement that needs to happen. And I use need very intentionally, because in order for it to be sustainable and a comprehensive plan, it needs to include the Pueblo de Cochiti government and leadership. If anything, they are a part of the community because there is actually land within that mapped footprint that was in the PowerPoint slide that the staff member gave earlier today. But in addition, there has to be cooperation and collaboration to address some of these nuanced and details over time of laws, existing documentation, and existing considerations. And I think if there is that true engagement and true inclusiveness, yes, we don't, we're all human. We all have our own personalities. But if we can work toward that, the plan will be that much more sustainable and inclusive and address those real considerations that I think are of concerns of the community that have been brought up in the plan. I've reviewed the plan and reviewed kind of some of the details, and also been a part of some of the meetings over the past decade. So I just wanted to reiterate that. I see some items of, developing working groups, developing collaboration. And as this process goes forward, I think that inclusiveness is really necessary. So thank you so much for your time, and continue to do your best, commissioners, on behalf of all our people and all our lands within Santa Fe County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sweeney, and I also want to extend some appreciation for the work that you have done with this village, addressing concerns of protection of the Caja del Rio. And I extend that to the tribes and specifically to the Pueblo and to the people of La Bajada. It's been a participant, a joint effort, and I am so grateful for the words that you said, but that's a whole other conversation on what you talked about during those conversations over the Caja. That's all. I shouldn't even have opened that box, but my apologies. But I wanted to thank you sincerely. Anyone else here to speak from the public? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, and I do apologize for the flesh wounds today from cleaning up for the feast, and I do invite you to Monday to enjoy it with us. I'm Earl Conway. I'm the director of the Department of Natural Resources for Cochiti, and I just wanted to bring up one thing that in general, we're in support of this plan. We're a food desert out there, and and we're firmly in favor of conservation and a little bit of development so that things don't fall into disarray. I just wanted to bring up one thing that I've been working with the Corps of Engineers lately on trying to figure out what we're going to do with the access to the backside, to Tia Peak side of Cochiti Lake. And because of the current administration and cuts in budgets, it's pretty severe. And they don't even have people to staff up at Abiquiu, places like that. And unfortunately, the road between the 16 and the Santa Fe River is in serious disrepair. And we've gotten bids for the chip seal to get us by. And then I'm meeting with the Corps of Engineers to see if there's any way they can fund repairing that road. And I'm afraid the answer may be no. And so that's just going to throw a major kink in this thing. I just wanted to make sure that it was on the record that, yeah, we're aware of it. The community's aware of it. And we've done the best we can to patch some of those holes so people will quit blowing out their tires going in. But the Corps of Engineers, I'm just not sure they're not just going to say, nope, we can't afford it, and just turn that back over to us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further comment from the public? Being in my, okay, go ahead. Was someone going to say something? Okay. Being in District 3, I would very much like to reiterate something that we have in our land acknowledgement, and we're talking about Santa Fe County being committed to being in relationship with neighboring communities and all people who remain stewards of the land through generations. And in saying that, I truly believe in knowing this community well, and the work that we've done with the Pueblo on specific issues, that we are doing that here. So in this interest, if there is no further public comment, I would like to make the motion to approve the La Bajada Community Plan, amending 2015-115 of the Sustainable Growth Plan to adopt the 2025 Village of La Bajada Community Plan. It is my honor to do so, and I would like to, we have a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. So I have made the motion to do this. We have a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Did you say aye? She said
I did say aye, but she has her hand raised, so I'm wondering if that's...
Did you have something else, Commissioner?
I don't want to go out of order, Chair, and I know we already voted, but I just want to thank those who spoke, and Mr. Scala, Dr. Hilario Romero, Dr. Gonzalez, Ms. Phoebe Swina. I think we need to continue to forge a commitment on behalf of the county to be inclusive of traditional villages, sovereign nations, tribal input consultation on the historical, cultural, people, spiritual landscape and peoplescapes, and have a more streamlined, clear process for integration, bi-directional integration of these community plans with sustainable development codes. As Santa Fe continues to grow and housing developments encroach upon our traditional villages and sovereign lands, we need to have parameters for what is acceptable to sustain the cultural ways and historical ways of being for our communities. That's what makes Santa Fe County unique and valued. So this is an imperfect process right now. And I want to be sure that our sovereign and traditional villages and sovereign communities are protected, and that development doesn't just come in and buy land around, that encroaches and threatens people's ways of being. So I needed to say that for the public record, because I have seen this as a gap and something that needs to be bridged. So thank you, Chair Bustamante, and all for considering my comments.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, are we still taking comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Green.
We went right to the motion, so I just wanted to say thank you to staff for putting this all together and the community. And one thing that I learned a lot about this community that is sort of like at the edge of the county here, and it's really interesting to learn about it in this. It's not in my district, but it seems like it has a lot of history here. And Eladio, thank you for bringing that up. I also want to, I didn't really see it here, but it's an agricultural community at the base of the Santa Fe River, and I do want to sort of make sure that we keep some condition for us to protect the water that comes down the river, so that there is agricultural opportunity in this, because if that community dries up, that's the core of that community. So we have a lot we have a lot of management to do upstream from you all to make sure that you guys can continue your heritage there. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to keep talking? No? All right. Motion is passed, so we're good. We passed that motion, and we have a new resolution number. Can I assume it's 8-1? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, resolution number 2025081.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Concluding business, I would like to make one announcement. We have a ribbon cutting at the Madrid Fire Station on Tuesday, July 22nd at 10:30 a.m. A good time is assured to one and all if you show up to cut that ribbon. So thank you all. Do we have a motion to adjourn or any other announcements? Nope.
Just to confirm, Chair Bustamante, that we will be posting notice that the special meeting for Thursday has been canceled and it's already been removed from your calendars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn by
Second.
Commissioner Green, second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Oh, nobody ever wants to discuss it.